welcome to this incredible panel, which I feel very fortunate to be part of because I'm a big fan of both of our panelists here today. We'll be talking about some topics that one might say are slightly stigmatized, but that's the point. Amudim is an organization that deals with all the topics that are stigmatized and that need to be discussed. So I am very happy that we're talking to two very, very prestigious people and people, like I said, that I'm a fan of. We're going to jump right in, and I would like it if both of you would give me a little introduction as to who you are and kind of what your focus is, what your work is today. Michal?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity on what I believe is a very, very important topic that engages us from all kinds of directions in a lot of what we do, what I do. Here at the Knesset, I am a member of Knesset from Blue and White. I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm a Canadian Israeli. I am the chair of the Committee on Drug and Alcohol Use, with a focus that I selected as I entered my position as chairperson, with a focus of addictions, and I believe is intimately connected to the topic we'll be discussing here today. I'm also the chair of the Subcommittee on Israel-Diaspora Relations and member of the Aliyah and Klita Committee, the Law Committee, Women's Rights, Children's Rights, and Foreign Affairs and Defense. And I am the chair of the caucus, just actually founded last week for Ethiopians in Israel. That's just in a nutshell.
Well, I think it would have been easier to just tell us what you don't do. It's amazing. Unbelievable. I don't know when you sleep, but okay, it's beautiful. A lot of what you talked about, a lot of what you do is subjects and topics we're going to be talking about today. So thank you again for joining us. Avi, big fan. Tell me about your work.
Thank you, Hill. I'm a big fan as well. Thank you, and thank you, Michal, for joining this conversation. My name is Avi Meir. I'm the Managing Director of Global Communications at the American Jewish Committee, which is the largest and most significant global Jewish advocacy organization. We've been around for well over a century. Prior to being with AJC, I was with the Jewish Agency for Israel, where I was the spokesperson for the international media, as well as the spokesperson of the then chairman, Natan Sharansky. Before that, I was with the IDF spokespersons unit. Unlike Michal, I'm not a Canadian Israeli. I'm an American Israeli, born in New York, and I live here in Jerusalem.
Beautiful. Unbelievable. Okay, so the topic we're going to be talking about today is mental health and, technology, social media. It's kind of a mix of all the things. And I think that what maybe part of what sparked this conversation is the recent Netflix special, The Social Dilemma, which I watched, and as an avid social media user, kind of blew my mind, maybe even scared me a little bit. So let's talk about that. Did you see the movie? What were your thoughts? Did it change your behavior at all? Just in general, what are your thoughts on the subject?
Look, I did see it. It's a very disturbing film that I think brings light to a lot of things that some of us may have known intuitively or may have suspected, but puts it in very stark terms in the words of former executives at many of these social media companies. And I think it reveals really the double-edged sword that social media plays in our lives. On the one hand, it can be a tremendous source for good. It can bring people together. It can enable you to reconnect with people you hadn't seen in a while, or to certainly during this period, be in touch with people who you may not be able to see in person due to various circumstances. But it can, in fact, also draw you in a very sustained and methodical way. It is, in fact, constructed to do exactly that. And that, of course, can foster all sorts of negative phenomena, including, of course, addictions. And I think that was one of the things that really arose from this documentary, the way in which it really does draw people in a very significant and really all-encompassing way, and can really overshadow so many aspects of life. And I think that the element at the end, I'm not sure how many people who are watching this now have seen it, but I encourage you to, at the very least, watch the last 5 minutes of the film, where the executives each share some thoughts on how to mitigate the impact of social media and how to sort of control its impact on your life. I thought that was very instructive, and I have actually tried to implement some of that in my own life.
Excellent. Michal?
So to my children's, I would say, very sad reality, I have, in fact, watched the movie with them. I forced them to watch it with me, and they were rolling their eyes, of course, and very reluctant to watch it. What I would say, and I very much want to, and not only did I watch it, I actually engaged with the people who made the movie after making it, because it occurred to me that, much like what Avi was saying, it basically corroborated many hunches that I have from many directions, from many perspectives, whether it's combating anti-Semitism online or the issue that I face as the chairperson of the committee with regards to addictions and the way that teenagers are being targeted by specific companies, and also this underlying suspicion. And I say this as a parent that actually began her parenting when there weren't digital platforms. I did not have a cell phone when my older children were born, and sort of tracking the differences in myself and the differences in my own children and in the way that they communicate, that we communicate, and what the ramifications are in a world that I feel like we're the last generation that knows reality differently than it is today. And what that means is that the traces of, or I would say all of the implications, the traces of loneliness, the fact that an echo chamber becomes a one-person echo chamber. It's not really just about not, being stuck in an echo chamber with only hearing opinions of those that you may agree with. It's being alone in that echo chamber, hearing possibly nobody that you may agree or disagree with. And I'll say it also connects me to a little bit of what brought me to Knesset, and that is my own doctoral research with regards to freedom of speech on university campuses, off digital platforms, on the street. But I would say the first step in what we see and what's happening on digital platforms actually happened on university campuses, right? A whole reality was created that was different on university campuses than it was off university campuses. And you may be familiar with, and I'm not sure if everybody is, but with speech codes on university campuses, microaggressions, trigger warnings, safe spaces, the entire concept of what I saw as the modification of freedom of speech as we understand it, and the implications of that, and what happens when we try to regulate free speech in that context, by the way, in an ecosystem that is meant to enable us to cope with ideas that are different than the ones we come in with. So the movie actually enabled me to use some of my legal understanding, and I find myself very often saying in the various committees, if it is possible technologically, or if there is an algorithm that does this, but I'm missing a big, that if is where the movie came in to fill in the blanks, because I understand the law and I understand lacunae in law. And what the movie actually revealed for me is that the algorithm is, algorithms are built to detect lacunae. They will forever detect those lacunae. So my understanding as a lawyer became much more fine-tuned by engaging with and watching The Social Dilemma. And actually, I hope to continue engaging the people who made that movie, because I think in a lot of the challenges that we face as societies, both in terms of mental health generally, certainly in terms of addictions, and in terms of fighting or combating phenomena such as anti-Semitism online, which is really just a case study of what we see happening online, and the way that basically the system can be used at the very least in the same way for good as it is for bad. At the very least, I would like us to lead. But if those, and now that I know that those technologies are available, not that I understand them, but I know they're available, at the very least, we should be able to utilize them to counterbalance the challenges.
I think what's most interesting to me, as a tech guy, is how fast we've moved. Like all three of us remember when we would say, I know I said it, why do I need a cell phone? Why do I need to be contacted wherever I am? Or a camera on a phone? Who needs a camera on a phone? Social media, letting people know where my location is? Why would I do that? And look at us now. And this is a matter of 10 years. And that's, on the one hand, it's fascinating, but it's also a little scary how fast we've come. And, when you speak of addiction, Nir Eyal wrote a book, Hooked, how they build these platforms. Literally, they build them to hook you in. And we know the dopamine and all the likes and all the comments and everything. And I think, people speak about it being an addiction, but I'm not sure people realize that it's actually a chemical thing. And that is frightening. Avi?
Yeah, look, I think that's exactly true. I mean, it has become so integral to our lives that I think many of us can scarcely imagine our lives without these things. Who are we if we aren't checking in wherever we are at any given point, if we aren't updating the world on what we're up to, or whatever thoughts happen to cross our minds? But I think that the point that Michal raised earlier about an echo chamber of one is really pertinent, extremely powerful, and really important, because I think we're all under the impression that when you go onto social media, you're seeing this marketplace of ideas and you're being shared, the views of so many people across the political spectrum. But what we learn from films like the Social Dilemma is that that's actually not the case, and that the algorithm is set in such a way to share information with you that they know you already agree with and pull you even further into that mindset. And that, in a sense, creates even more, I think, fortified silos in which we really are not talking to people who have different views to us, but rather people who do share the same sort of perspectives as we do. And that just fosters this, I think, sense of polarization that we're seeing in Israel and the United States, around the world, how right and left seem to have nothing in common. That is a direct outcome of this hyper polarization that is really intensely and intentionally fostered by social media networks. And I think it really is incumbent on all of us to do whatever we can to break free of that, to actually seek out those interactions with people who don't agree with us, who may come from a different perspective, who may see the world differently. I know I do that. I know Michal does as well. I know that you do as well, Hillel. But it's something you have to do with great intentionality. And I have to say, it runs counter to the way in which these platforms are actually constructed.
Right. 100%. Okay, I want to take a little bit of a sharp turn here, because we're talking about addiction. The whole kind of world of mental health is just changing so rapidly now, and so many more people are suffering because of the pandemic, obviously. And I know, again, this is a topic that's important to both of you. It's important to me. And I really wanted to hear high-level vision of how you think we can, again, not solve, but address the increasing numbers of people suffering from mental illness at scale. What can we do? Because again, the system as it is right now, I think we can all agree is broken for many reasons. And so I would love to hear your thoughts on how we can fix, quote unquote, or disrupt that world. Michal?
So I'd say the first thing is exactly what we're doing right now, right? The recognition and the acknowledgement that there is a problem. Houston, we have a problem. I talk at the committee level about addictions being promoted by using social media, and then I realize, wait a minute, they're using an addiction to promote an addiction. It's like an addiction within an addiction. And it took me, like, we were having this session about electronic cigarettes. It doesn't matter. Actually identifying influencers in the state of Israel. Influencers can be your 14-year-old son who has 10,000 followers on Instagram, and feeding that addiction for more followers, right? He's going to want 20,000. And so he will then promote, advance this electronic cigarette, which is addictive in and of itself. So herein lies this perpetual cycle of addiction that we first of all have to acknowledge and recognize. That is the first thing that has to happen. And with the recognition and the acknowledgement has to come this understanding that we have to address the stigma. Because when I say the word addictions, usually people imagine someone else's child in some corner, in some alley, and it has nothing to do with them. And that's with addictions that we're familiar with. And that is not the case. I mean, in terms of statistics we know about, 1 in 10 Israelis is addicted to something. That's just the ones we know about. 1 in 10 Israelis means we all know addicts. We all know someone addicted to something. It could be to prescription medication. It could be to pornography. It could be to gambling. It could be to nicotine. It could be to alcohol. It could be to a whole series of addictive both behaviors and substances. And I would say the first thing we need to do, after, of course, acknowledging and recognizing this and the loneliness. So addiction is usually coupled with and comes with some sort of a mental health challenge. And it doesn't have to be only a very dramatic mental health challenge. Depression is enough. It doesn't have to be something dramatic that's called something very big, recognized in the DSM as something that may never have. And we're sort of here too, we're in a closed system, right? The more we become in these siloed, fortified echo chambers, as Avi referred to it, the lonelier we become. The lonelier we become, the more we look for some sort of a medicine. The addiction is actually the treatment that a lonely person finds on their own. And so the stigma has to be addressed. The stigma of societies to addiction as a word and to the mental health. There's a double stigma to the mental health challenge that usually it's an outlet for, must be addressed. And, you know, I say it as an MK sitting in Knesset, sitting at the committees, that is something of our responsibility. We're not just in terms of legislation needing to address and close gaps, because in the state of Israel, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but addictions were actually left out of the mental health reform. And they must enter into the mental health reform because they are inextricably linked. And that is definitely our responsibility. But we also have this responsibility to the general public in terms of overseeing all the governmental work that's being done in all of the ministries. That means education, that means healthcare, that means the intergovernmental collaboration to address what I would say the entire holistic spectrum of behaviors that we have to become familiar with, and destigmatizing the entire thing. You know, even if it's a national campaign, not even a national campaign to acknowledge, to recognize, and to destigmatize the issue, to also refine, and I say this as a lawyer, refine the definitions. As I said, you know, my committee is called the Committee on Drugs and Alcohol. Addictions are not just the drugs and alcohol. That's a misnomer. Right? And we know it. So it should be the Committee on Addictions, and it shouldn't be the Committee on, you know, behaviors or on certain substances and so forth. And the last thing I would say, just not to take up too much time, is a little bit about the imperative and the responsibility to harness the very same technological solutions available together with the digital platforms, because they have to take responsibility, because they have to be held to account. The very same technological abilities that are used to deepen the addictions have to be used in order to at least to fend off what we know already happens with regards to mental health and addictions and so forth. If not, what I would say, the imperative to actually lead and take it a step forward and say, we may have to examine the entire business model. Because if the business model has brought us here, then we have to create a new business model where everybody still benefits, where everybody still gains, but we acknowledge and take responsibility in terms of governments and in terms of platforms.
I have to say, your passion is like jumping out at me, and it's really, I want to say with all seriousness, we are very, very lucky to have you in Knesset handling these important issues. It's really, I'm not even going to talk about how honored I am to call you a friend, but it's really amazing what you're doing. Avi, your thoughts?
I feel like a bobblehead. I could not be nodding more to everything Michal is saying. I mean, I think it's exactly that. It's destigmatizing. It's harnessing technological solutions to basically solve the problems that they themselves create. I think that many people may be themselves addicted or on the borderline of addiction without even realizing it. You know, if we look at our phones and see how many times we receive notifications and that urge that it creates to look at the phone and to be sucked back in. Again, this is very apparent in the film. You saw this sort of dramatization of how it happened to this teenager who really had that sort of stimulus that kept drawing him back into this world of social media, back into his technological devices. I think we all can relate to that to some degree. Now, at what point that goes from being a sort of healthy use of these really powerful tools for connection and crosses a line into addiction, I think is somewhat unclear. And that's a conversation that I agree with Michal, we absolutely need to start having. This is something that we need to start engaging with on a societal level. What is healthy use of social media? We're not saying don't use it at all. Right? Like, I think that ship has sailed. And we don't really want to say that. It can be a powerful force for good. But at what point does that stop being the case? And I think that's the conversation we need to have. And I agree with Michal. I'm so glad that we're starting to have that conversation really right here with this panel.
I have to say, when it comes to addiction of social media, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I can stop whenever I want. Okay, so let's talk a little personal here. I want to talk about, you know, the personal effects that it's had on you. You both of you use social media. All three of us use social media extensively. I've had, wow, I can't even tell you, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of tweets and posts and comments that were abusive and anti-Semitic. And, you know, again, not to get too heavy, but after my brother was murdered in a terrorist attack, I had the most horrendous messages sent to me, like, you know, over the years, and, you know, impersonations and just really, really horrible things. And I'm a tech guy. I'm not even in politics, you know, and my brother, when he was alive, he got every day, you know, and so I was just wondering on your end, kind of what you've experienced as far as negative effects of social media on you personally or professionally. Michal?
So I just want to piggyback off of what Avi said about children and the use of social media or as regards to addictions in general. And I want to say that it's also important that we take or keep in mind the imperative to understand that the human brain develops until, and here, you know, the experts differ biologically, the age of 21, the age of 24, and the chances of addictions forming in those years, in those very critical years, are much, much higher. And that's something else that we do have to give attention to. Certainly we do give that attention with regards to cannabis, alcohol, and so forth. Well, we have to look at it with regards to, you know, addictions being created, because we're talking from our experience. We were not born with this in our hands. We certainly developed these addictions later in life. On a personal level, I'll say that I discover more and more also something that Avi said, and that is the extreme voices that are the ones that garner the most attention. And so there's a competition for being more and more extreme. And so for each of us, I believe that that probably invites the you know, whoever it is that's trying to attack us to be more and more extreme on what hurts us most. So I, as a woman, will receive all kinds of very disgusting, really, really heinous messages. I didn't experience them until I entered politics, but I was a researcher. I was an academic activist. I was all kinds of things, but I wasn't engaged online. I wasn't a digital platform user in this way at all. And so I would say that in the last 6 months since entering politics, I'm witness, and I'm not a victim in any way, shape, or form. I am witness to where the extreme voices are the ones that compete for attention, and the way that they use what is perceived as weakness, so being a woman. So the reference will be, you know, I'm sure that men don't receive sexually oriented messaging in the same way that women do. You know, insults that are just so deeply like hurling, I won't even repeat them, but they have to do with my gender. Very often, of course, they have to do with my identity, right? So if it's an anti-Semitic, then it's because I'm a Jew. And if it's this big, it's because I'm a woman. And whatever it is that can be identified as your weakness, I would say, is what extreme voices will find. And where that takes me is the responsibility to really not only give voice to the power of moderation, but it takes me to the place of the responsibility of moderates. Again, I will keep going back to where it is that the digital platforms have responsibility as we identify and recognize and acknowledge these challenges. And part of it is that, because when I look at my children and the way that they communicate and engage is actually, there's no clear online, offline differentiation, right? The way you communicate online, why wouldn't you take that to the street? That the extreme messaging that they are privy to online is definitely translated to the street, and as a result we see a much more violent culture. We see a much more less accepting, less tolerant culture, and that is something that we need to address, yeah, as societies. That troubles me the most.
I could not agree more. And I think, to take it even one step higher, I think all social networks, maybe even the whole internet as a whole, lacks something that is so crucial, and that's nuance.
Nuance,
right?
Thank you.
Nuance. Right? There's no, it's either black or white, yes or no. That's it. If you're tweeting, you got to be yes or no. There's no, and that's dangerous. Avi?
I mean, look, it's built into the model, right? The fact you're limited to 280 characters. How much nuance can you really convey in that space? You can't. You know, it's built to foster polarization, to foster a black and white attitude towards the world. You know, before this panel, I actually looked back to see when I first joined Facebook. I joined in 2004, right after it became available to college students outside of Harvard. So I've been, I guess, like a digital, not a native, but a digital inhabitant since that period. And it really has shaped my worldview and my interactions with others. And I wouldn't say necessarily in the most positive of ways. I think it fosters this artificial sense of urgency. The fact that, you know, we get notifications on our phones, we must respond. Is it really so important? Well, I don't know. My phone says it is. It must be. You know, this artificial sense of, again, I keep using this word, but polarization, that the world is really so black and white. It's not really so black and white. There are many shades of gray. And yet the people who are drawn into these conversations, like I think it's 1 out of 5 Americans who are on Twitter, tend to be people who have very strong views. And those are the views that are fed to you constantly to give you the sense that it's, you know, you're either with us or you're against us. So I think that has been fairly dramatic. And I have to say, on a very personal level as well, you know, I see myself staying up longer than I perhaps should have, you know, responding to people, or at least following conversations, being drawn in by this constant drip of content that, again, is entirely intentional, right? Like this is built into the model. It's not a bug, it's a feature. And I think that is something that I have seen really impact me in a very personal way. I can't say that it's prevented me from, you know, having other relationships and from going about my day, yet it does certainly have an impact. And I have taken conscious steps to limit that impact on my own life.
When personal crisis meets public crisis, anxiety, depression, and related challenges are not just doubled, they are multiplied. In response, Amudim has tripled its efforts to ensure that anyone in need who reaches out for help receives that help immediately, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Visit amudim.org/coronavirus for tips from public health authorities, informative articles, important videos from our clinical staff, and useful information on managing children in quarantine. Please help us ensure that we can keep our lines open to provide the extra assistance needed in this unprecedented crisis.
You know, I do want to take a little bit of a turn because I want to, you know, being very negative here. And I think that we all know that, you know, amazing things can be facilitated using social media. And we all use social media despite everything we've said until now. And so, you know, I do want to ask both of you if you could just share maybe a personal story, anecdote of something that's happened to you as a result of social media. And really, why do you use these platforms if you know what you know? And I mean, for me, first of all, I think I met both of you on social media, so that's amazing. But the truth is, over the years, the relationships that I was able to cultivate using social media are, I don't even know what word to use, I would say outrageous. Meaning, I grew up watching Who's the Boss, and now Alyssa Milano and I are DMing back and forth. Like that's not, what universe is that even possible? Steve Wozniak, the founder of Apple, and I, you know, hung out in a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv. Like crazy things that have happened to me over, you know, social media, or even companies that I tweeted about, and then they ended up launching a company from that one tweet. You know, tweeting about Israel sometimes, which I don't do that often, but sometimes when I do, it impacts, the numbers have been millions of people, which is crazy. And so for me, it's kind of clear as a tech guy, as a business guy, why I use these platforms. But I'm curious to hear, you know, why you use the platform. What has been your positive experiences over the years, Avi?
I mean, look, it is undeniable that these are extremely powerful forces for connection and can be really inspiring forces for good. You know, I have found myself connected to people who I would not otherwise have anything to do with through these platforms. I've developed true real life friendships with people who I had first interacted with on Twitter or on Facebook. You know, it's I think certainly served me professionally. It's a vital communication tool in my current role and my previous roles as well. And so I certainly would not want to discount the importance of these platforms as potential forces for good. But we just have to recognize that can only happen within certain boundaries, within reason. And we have to be careful not to sort of cross the boundary to where it becomes something quite different.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, you know, this whole debate right now, of course, about freedom of speech and what's allowed and what's not allowed, I really am very curious, you know, how these platforms are going to look over the next couple of years, but we'll get there in a second. Michal?
So I wanted to say, first of all, as an MK, I'll say, and as MK, that it is important to me to reach out to the outside world as well, diaspora, jury, and beyond, Israel standing in the international arena. The fact that this exists is an incredible tool. So the fact that my reach transcends, you know, geographic borders, boundaries, social, ethnic, racial, all of them. That is an incredible tool, and the sheer numbers of people that I can reach is very, very important. And what I wanted to say is, you know, much like we have rules and regulations on how we conduct ourselves off digital platforms, much like, you know, nuance was an important understanding that we have in our conversations with each other, much like, you know, when I said to my kids when they were first, well, it was Facebook, so not a big deal, but if you are comfortable standing on the street corner forever with that sign, because essentially that's what you're doing, then go ahead and tweet it, right? So evergreen tweets or evergreen posts that are always relevant. I think that this is about not about denying the fact that this exists, as you said, but about learning to use it in the right way. And of course, demanding responsibility, accountability, teaching, right? Educating the younger generation what are, and ourselves, by the way, what are the parameters of when it's appropriate to use or inappropriate to use. Somebody said to me, Twitter is not therapy, right? If you need to, you know, you feel like you just want to write something angry, better go to the therapist, get it off your chest. Don't use Twitter in that way, because ultimately, not a good idea. It's going to be damaging. And those are very important guidelines to understand how it is that we use this. But I'll say, of course, there is a lot of good that comes with it. And the one more thing is, I think that the fact that there are so many platforms now that are willing to engage in this discussion, just like, you know, say the Interparliamentary Task Force, the International Interparliamentary Task Force actually has parliamentarians, bipartisan, from the US and Canada and Israel and Australia. Well, we're looking at this as a global challenge. So are the platforms, right? They are much more willing to look at this and in terms of their responsibility. If it's a global challenge and we acknowledge that there's an issue and we know we need to collaborate and we know we might have to look at the business model and see how we take responsibility for it, it leaves room for exactly the magic word you said, nuance, because it's not always a free speech debate. And that's very important for me to say. The free speech is actually the easy part, right? Censorship, free speech, whatever is allowed in the States is not allowed in Canada. Hate speech, incitement in Canada, no. In, you know, in the United States, much wider, okay. That's the easy cases. The question is what we do with educating. And the fact that the technology now exists to say, we can flag this tweet and we're going to flag it and tell you that this actually violates the IRA working definition for anti-Semitism accepted by over 30 countries in the world. And if you don't know what the Holocaust was, that's okay. We're going to tell you what IRA says it was and that it actually happened and what anti-Semitism is and also what Holocaust denial is and also that anti-Zionism is also a form of anti-Semitism. So I think that, again, if we use it in the right way, if we identify all those right uses, then this is an incredible resource. Just we still have work to do.
Right. I mean, I'm sure, Avi, you have had stories. Like, tell me a specific story I'm sure you've had stories over the years on Twitter or Facebook of just like outrageous things that have happened to you, putting you on the spot.
Outrageous things that have happened to me. I mean, look, I don't want to get into specifics so as not to reveal too much. But you know, one thing that I think I'll tell an instructive story. There was once a case where a certain journalist, a very influential journalist who at the time was based in Israel, tweeted something out that was, I think, very arguably like anti-Semitic. Like it was a cartoon that had very clear anti-Semitic overtones, and this person started getting piled on by the Twitter, you know, the pro-Israel Twitter mob, and several people messaged me and said, you know, you really should be joining us. You should be calling this person out. And I said, you know what? Like I don't know this person well. I've met this person, but I don't know this person well. Let me see if I can engage this person separately. So I sent this person a DM, a direct message, and I said, hey, like just wanted you to know, like the thing that you put out there may not have been interpreted in the way you meant. This is why it has sort of anti-Semitic connotations. Just thought you should know. I get a message back from this very influential journalist saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I never tweeted any such thing. Let me look into it. A minute later, I get another tweet, another direct message from this person saying, I now see what tweet you're talking about. I don't know how that happened. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'll look into it. A minute later, I get another message from him saying, I think I figured it out. I was in a press release. I really wasn't paying attention. I was just swiping through. I must have pressed it by accident. Of course, I've deleted it. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. Let's get coffee sometime. Now,
Wow.
How differently would that have gone had I sort of joined the Twitter mob and like said, no, you're an anti-Semite. You're the worst thing on the face of the earth. Delete your account. You know, just having that personal connection, going one layer beneath the social media, can often make all the difference in the world, can foster connection, can promote nuance, and can enable a real deep conversation on these things that are so superficial and so black and white on the surface.
Wow, that's incredible. And I got to tell you, I had a similar story with Alyssa Milano. I don't know if you recall, but she once tweeted comparing the Mexican border, I believe, to the Holocaust. And, you know, everyone was going crazy. And so I DM'd her and I said, and you know, we've had a friendship on Twitter for, I don't know, probably a decade already. And I said, I just want to tell you, as someone whose family, you know, was all murdered in the Holocaust and who's, you know, has obviously deep connections to what happened, that was very, very offensive. She she didn't she didn't retract her statement, unfortunately, but she did apologize. I understand, you know, I think maybe I was able to just open her eyes a little bit to the sensitivity, and maybe next time she'll be a little bit more sensitive. I can't know, but I do want to believe that. I think she's an authentic person. I think it comes from a place of passion, but that to me was overstepping. But I've had people send me messages saying that my tweets about signing off for Shabbat has encouraged them to start lighting Shabbat candles again, and like really amazing things that I think, you know, could not happen without these platforms. I've had really amazing stories happen to me. So it is important to emphasize that while, you know, these platforms can be dangerous, it's really, I guess, like most things in life, use in moderation. And if you use them intelligently, they can be incredible. And so it is that balance. Let's talk about that balance a little bit. If I'm opening a Twitter account right now and I come to both of you and I say, okay, I'm opening Twitter. What are your 3 tips right now to succeed and to maybe avoid abuse and whatever else you have in mind? What are the 3 tips to someone who's joining Twitter today? Avi?
3 tips. Okay. First of all, remember that Twitter is not real life. It's not real life. The views that you see represented there are a small representation of the wide array of ideas and thoughts and opinions that are out there. And the people who are there are not necessarily reflective of all of society. So I think take everything you see there with a grain of salt. Remember that it's not real life. Think twice before tweeting. As Michal said, everything you put out there is perpetual. It lives on in infamy. Even if you delete it, it can be found. It can be, you know, archived in various places. Think twice before you tweet, and think about, I think, again, as Michal said, like, would you say that if you were in a real life interaction with someone, right? If you met someone on the street, would you express yourself in exactly the same way that you're about to on Twitter? If the answer is no, maybe think again and maybe recalibrate what it is that you're going to say. And the third thing I would say, and I think hopefully we'll find time to talk about this a little bit later, is take a break once in a while. I would call that break Shabbat. I feel so blessed to have Shabbat in my life. I actually don't know how I would survive without it. And especially when we're talking about the importance of drawing that distinction between social media and real life, there's nothing like an imposed 25-hour period in which I can't look at my phone. And it's amazing. I don't think about tweets. I don't think about what other people are going to say on Twitter. It doesn't matter because I spend the time with my friends, with my family, with myself, with my books, with my cat, with whatever it might be. And it really is pure bliss. Find the time to do that, whether you're religious or not. Find a 24-hour period once a week in which you disconnect, put your phone aside, and just live life. That's what I would say.
The paradox of that, for me at least, is, and I'm sure for both of you, is that, yes, I disconnect for 25 hours, but in my head, I'm like, oh God, when I go back to it, my phone I'm going to come back to 10,000 notifications, and the anxiety starts creeping in at the end of Shabbat. But I really kind of identified with what you both said about, would you behave this way in real life? And this is, as a marketing guy, I tell this to companies all the time, would you, if a guy comes into your store, would you jump on him and say, hey, buy my product, it's the greatest? You wouldn't do that, right? So don't do it on Twitter. Don't be a spammer. Don't be aggressive. Don't act like you would act in real life. And that's, while it's such a simple point, it really is such a deep thing that I think a lot of people, don't pay attention to. You see the way they talk. It's like, you're a human being. Like, you kiss your mother with that mouth. Like, how do you talk that way, And so I think that that's a really, really important point. Michal?
I don't want to, I agree with everything Avi said, but I'll, briefly say, Twitter is not therapy or any digital platform. So a little bit what we said before. And finally, the issue of Shabbat. I cannot tell you, and I identify Hillel with that sort of, concern of what happens on Motzei Shabbat as we turn our phones back on. But I cannot tell you, sometimes I think to myself, who is the genius that invented Shabbat? Without knowing what we would be facing in our generation and what it means. And again, I mean, for other people, it may be another day of the week, but I'm very grateful. And one more thing that I'm grateful for is when I see my own children, and I spoke a little bit to children and the issue of addictions and what this means in the younger age as well. There's nothing like breaking a habit, for 25 hours a week to ensure that we have some level of, some degree, I'm not saying they're not addicted, but some degree of the ability to separate from it without having the whole detox. So I'm just grateful for that once a week when we look each other in the eye and when we have conversations and we take games out of an actual box and play them looking at each other and engaging. And I think at the end of the day, when we talked a little bit about loneliness and about where this world, I mean, there are countries that have loneliness ministers at this point. I think that is going to be part of the process that we engage in as societies, is really to refine the ways of engaging around a table, looking at each other in the eye. And we really, really need to give a lot of attention to creating that ability in children when they're young, inculcating those skills, because at the end of the day, and this is something that really troubled me after the social dilemma, to go back on that, our brains are changing, right? The human brain is changing, and our ability to both think and accept ideas that are different than our own, but also just to communicate. I literally have my kids writing me. I got off the bus at the wrong stop, and I'm like, why are you writing me? First of all, look up and see where you are. Start with that. And second of all, ask someone, right? Ask somebody on the street corner, excuse me, where am I? I'm in Petah Tikva, Tel Aviv. And we're going to lose those abilities. And those are very important social interaction abilities. So we best be aware of them and use the social elements that are not actually in social networks or not on social platforms in real life situations.
Yeah, and you mentioned loneliness, and I think that's a really, really important point, because Facebook is fake book, right? And as someone who's guilty of this, if you follow me on Facebook, you think my life is perfect, and no one's life is perfect. And when you look at your friends on Facebook and on Instagram and on Twitter, and you see how amazing they are on cruise ships and traveling, and you feel more lonely. You feel like, why is my life not like this? And I don't think people understand the severity of that and how that could really, obviously suicide is up. Not to say that it's only, to blame social networks, but, that kind of phenomenon where you have to show how amazing you are on social networks is causing a whole lot of loneliness in the world. And that's something that needs to be addressed, and soon, before it gets out of control. So I do want to talk a little bit about, let's call it censorship and the social media landscape as it stands today versus how it will look in the next couple of years. I don't want to talk specifically about politics and if it's left or right. I just want to, speak, I guess, globally about, Twitter and Facebook and Google and all these platforms, how you think they're going to look, let's call it a decade from now, if at all, if it's going to look different at all, and if so, how. Just love to hear your thoughts on that. Avi?
One of the things that I've seen recently is an increased willingness on the part of social media companies to engage on these issues. We've seen this at the American Jewish Committee. I know Michal has seen it as well. And some are more willing than others, and some I think are more engaged than others. But the fact that this is viewed as not only a societal, but like a global issue, and that the companies themselves have a huge share of the responsibility for fixing it, I think is extremely important. So what I hope is that a decade hence, we'll see social media companies that are integrating social good into their business models. One of the things that really stuck out, I think, in the sort of dramatized portion of the social dilemma was where these sort of AI figures were talking amongst themselves about the person that they were controlling. And one of them asked, oh, did it occur to you whether what we're doing is actually good for him? And the answer was no, like we don't care about whether it's good for him. Now, I don't think it's quite that extreme. I don't think that someone is sitting there saying, like, we're not going to do what is good for our users. But I would like for that to be much more intensely integrated into the business models of these companies. And even though it may come at the expense of the bottom line, for there to be an element of how can we actually break addiction? How can we ensure that our users are interacting with our platforms in a healthy and productive way rather than a destructive and pain-inducing way? So that's what I hope we see in a decade. I believe we're starting to see the beginning of that, at least in the engagement on these issues. And I think that the more we talk about this, the more likely that outcome is.
You did mention a very important point that can't be ignored, and that is that it sometimes comes at the expense of the bottom line. And, you know, I watched Mark Zuckerberg the other day at the Senate hearing, and he was asked about this, and he said, we don't design our platform to be addictive. We design it to give the maximum value. And okay, that's, you know, I guess two sides of the same coin, but the reality is if you make it less addictive, then less ads are being clicked on and the companies are making less money. And so that is, you know, I'm not going to say it's naive to believe that they're going to do this, but it will require a lot of willpower on behalf of these CEOs who are making billions of dollars off of us, the product, to, you know, integrate social good and to kind of lower that addiction because they're going to pay from their own pockets. And so, you know, I want to believe and agree with you, but the question is, how do we expect these CEOs who are running businesses to even care? I'm comparing to that AI, you know, character. Do they care what's good for us?
I think that that's in a big way also the role of governments. I think that the intergovernmental collaboration on this is critical so that we don't let what differentiates us differentiate us. Because on this, when I say this is a global challenge, we are the ones to hold to account. That is our shared responsibility. It's part of the reason that we formed that task force, interparliamentary international task force on a specific issue in combating online anti-Semitism. But it really is just the canary in the mine shaft. It's with regards to the responsibility and the holding to account of all digital platforms. And I would say, and maybe I'm a little bit naive, but you said something very important, Hillel, and that is that we are the product. That's not what they were selling at first. I don't believe it's what they thought they were designing. They wanted to enable products, they wanted to enable social interaction and so forth and so forth. In order for them to be authentic and true to what they wanted to create or supposedly wanted to create initially at the outset, at the point of origin, I believe that this is necessary for the digital platforms themselves in order to be able to really deliver the goods that they were intended to deliver and recognize, you know, in the committee hearings, I've made it a habit to bring in teenagers to actually, instead of, you know, and they already know I say about us, not without us. I want to hear from them. What are the issues they're facing? What is, you know, how they're being targeted by, let's say, electronic cigarette companies in the state of Israel that, you know, and they recognize that basically they are alone in the Wild West. There are no laws. The lawlessness leaves them very, very exposed. And at the end of the day, that was not the intention of the digital platforms. The intention of the digital platforms was not to go back in time, it was to go ahead in time. It was not to go back in time to the Wild West and lawlessness of, you know, I don't know when times, but really to help society advance. And I want to believe that. And that is my assumption when we engage and as we engage. And as I said, as they're more and more willing, and I 100% agree with Avi, I find a real willingness to engage, especially when, you know, even when you know, as a lawyer, when I don't use the word hearing, when I use the word meeting or discussion, everybody's guard is a little bit lower and we engage. And we engage based on what we see around us, what we see in our own children. And when I engage with high level, you know, officials at the various companies, they're looking at this very seriously. And the one more thing is, if we can alleviate the concern that nobody is making money from something, nobody, because it's not legitimate to make money from, and that's where, you know, the business model comes in, then nobody can make money from it, but the others will, you know, inevitably say, well, then with that I can live, right? Nobody should be making money off of us being the product in this way as exposed in the social dilemma. So now how do we do that? Yeah.
Avi, have anything to add?
I mean, that was perfect. Like, I think I would like to believe that we can harness the goodwill of these social media companies. I don't think that we can rely on the goodwill of these social media companies. And so I absolutely agree with Michal that there is a role for government to play in that process. I mean, look, you know, it hurts tobacco companies that there are warning labels on cigarette packages and that they are limited in where and when they can advertise. But that's okay, because that ultimately is in the social good. And I don't know what that would look like in this context, but maybe that's a conversation worth having. How can we harness the power of government to ensure that these companies are held to account and that they are not fostering unhealthy behaviors, not only amongst young people, but really amongst the entirety of society?
And I'm going to play maybe devil's advocate here and say, but there's still that fine line that we have to walk between, how much the government gets involved. Obviously, we don't want, the government controlling everything we say. For me, I think out of all the topics that we've talked about, I think what scares me the most about these platforms is the abuse and the vile, whether it's anti-Semitism or racism or sexism, whatever it may be. We see it, we witness it regularly, and it's at scale. It's a megaphone like we've never known before, right? And so, just to give a little plug, because it's really, really important that these people who are the victim of this abuse have, a place to go. And Amudim is an organization that deals with abuse. And so it's really important because, as you both know, when you encounter such things, the ability to talk it out, the ability to have an ear is of utmost importance. I wanted to ask you both, because we're almost reaching the end here. We could talk for like 5 more hours, but I wanted to ask you if you could just tell us a little bit about, you spoke about your work before, but your focus now and what you're really what your energy is focused on specifically now and over the next couple of months, whether it pertains to COVID, to other things. What is your focus nowadays? Michal?
So with regards to COVID, actually, it's a very important place to start. We notice a real rise in what I would call mental health challenges, right? And, again, they don't have to be dramatic. It's enough that you're depressed. It's enough that you're very concerned about, the well-being of your loved ones. It's enough that you're worried about your parents who are out of a job and you don't know if they're going to be able to provide with food or if you can continue, taking the sports that you've been taking and so forth. So we see a real rise in the mental health challenge. And part of my, I would say, dedication of the time, not only through the angle of addictions, but in general, is to identify this real crisis in a generation of children that have really, I would say, they're between a rock and a hard place. There is no proper school systems as we know it, so there's no formal education. There's very little informal education to speak of, and they are really on their own. A little bit of what you spoke about. Now, there is this a misconception that they're not on their own, right? They share how they feel on Facebook or wherever, and Instagram, and in fact, they're very much on their own even more. So I want to say that in addition to Amudim, and there are incredible abilities that a little bit we were referring to, there are incredible abilities developed right here in the startup nation that can track mental health of users online in whatever format they're engaging online, and actually just queue, the old 105, make a phone call. Well, this would be the digital version of it, and say, there is a child in distress and we're worried about this and this. And those are already available tools that we should be using. So that's something that we bring into the committee all the time and make the different ministries aware of the fact that they need to catch up with time. That's with regards to the committee itself. As I said, also regarding addictions, as I would say, closing the gaps that need to be closed in Israel specifically, in the way that we approach addictions, in the way that we approach mental health in general, both because of the military, and there are all kinds of issues that I don't want to take up too much time, but that we have to really destigmatize, acknowledge, raise awareness. And I say all the time, COVID-19 didn't invent anything. It only shone a really big spotlight on everything that was bubbling right below the surface before. And the question is, if we will be smart enough to identify everything that can be changed long-term, not just short-term, not just band-aids, but real long-term changes. And we can have a whole other conversation about that on another day. But certainly with regards to addictions, from the starting point of COVID-19 and what that's exposed, and generally with regards to mental health. And the one more thing that I'm very committed to is, of course, the issue of combating anti-Semitism online. Look, I say that, the positive things that come along the negative. Well, look at this positive thing, a list of 40 people that I didn't know most of a year ago that were listed by JNS. Now, there are hundreds of more people that are as active as we are that do incredible work. And the only reason that all 40 of us are on that list is because we're using social media in a certain area to address challenges that we all recognize and acknowledge. So what a tremendous force. And again, so long as I'm in Knesset, both as legislator and as somebody that can bring together the various ministries to oversee and to ensure that they are ahead of the times and not just reacting reacting all the time, because that's a very big system. It's a very big challenge, right? The systems are large, the systems are old, the systems are bureaucratic. And here we're talking about something that really you need to keep playing catch up with. That is part of my role as legislator. That's part of my role in sitting in this chair. And I'm committed to continue doing it in every one of the capacities that I'm involved in the different committees.
That's fascinating, especially the point that you made that COVID-19 didn't invent anything, and the depression and the anxiety were there. It just helped kind of bubble it to the surface. That's a really important point. And, you know, we're all three of us, I guess, doing our part as much as we can. You're doing it in the Knesset, you're doing, and I'm doing it on my own, you know, Facebook and Twitter to talk about mental health. And it's such, you know, there's the stigma. I know we keep talking about it, but it's just unbelievable to me how you can't say to someone, I'm sorry, I can't come to the party tonight, I'm sad. Right? You could say I have a broken leg, right? I'm sorry, I can't come tonight, I'm feeling like you're feeling depressed. That's like immediate awkwardness. It's 2020, what's going on? How have we not destigmatized this? It is so crucial and so important, because the very medicine to that depression is the ability to talk about it, right? It's just a cycle. And so we just got to get out of that cycle. Avi, what are you focused on nowadays?
So we, you know, we're an organization that's focused on face-to-face interactions, engagement with policymakers and world leaders. And this pandemic has obviously posed a significant challenge and has essentially turned off that option for so many of us. So we have really focused on moving our activities online. We've held a series of online events that have drawn millions of viewers around the world. I think we were uniquely well positioned because we actually started this pandemic with the largest social footprint of any Jewish organization. We have 2.5 million followers across Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. But one thing we did see, and this I think goes back to what Michal was saying about the pandemic having intensified things that were already there, is we saw the rise of conspiracy theories targeting not only Jews, mind you, but Asian Americans, Chinese Americans, people of Asian origin around the world who were accused of spreading this disease intentionally and destabilizing the world economy. Of course, the Jews are a part of that as well. Jews have always been targeted whenever the world has been in crisis. And so that has been something that we've been combating in a variety of ways, including, by the way, engaging with Michal and the new task force on combating online anti-Semitism, and by engaging directly with the social media companies. This is something that we do on a sustained basis. We are in regular contact with executives at Facebook, at Twitter, and we've started conversations with TikTok as well, in order to address these things and ensure that the Jewish voice is being heard. I think that all too often we lose the sense of the fact that we actually have a perspective on these things that deserves to be heard in these conversations. They are not disconnected from reality. These are conversations that impact real lives, and that when we are engaging on social media, it should be a safe space for Jews and people of all backgrounds. And so that is something that we are working to ensure happens. We're working to ensure that conspiracy theories are identified as such and removed from social media platforms, and that this becomes a place in which we can have the kind of healthy, positive interactions that we all hope that we can have on these platforms.
Incredible. So we're coming to the end of this panel here, unfortunately, I got to say, because I feel like I can talk to you guys for a long time. But, you know, the one thing that I do want to add is you talked, Avi, a lot about polarization and how the left and the right have nothing in common. And unfortunately, as sad as this is to say, they have one thing in common, and that is anti-Semitism. You know, the extreme left, extreme right, somehow they all hate us. It boggles the mind. But as far as the stigmatization of, you know, of mental health and abuse and everything we talked about today, again, Amudim is really, you know, they're the organization that hosted us and hosted this panel today. The numbers, you know, they're talking about thousands and thousands of people that experience these things and have someone to go to. We're talking about millions of dollars of, you know, budget every year spent to save these people, really. We're talking 40 countries worldwide. It's 406 communities. The statistics are outrageous. On the one hand, it's sad that, you know, there's such a need. On the other hand, it's happy that there's such an organization. So I want to thank you guys for coming and joining us today. Incredibly important discussion. Thank Amudim for hosting us, and hope to see you guys soon. And an honor to share that list with you. The 40 top. What was it? 40 most. What was it? What was the title?
Something great. 40 great people. 40
great people. I like it. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I appreciate Thank you. Take care.
Thank
Thank you
you for all
both so
you
much.
do as well, Hillel. Thank you very much for all you do and really raising the issue of mental health to this important level of understanding and recognition. That is the key. So thank you.
Just getting
Hear, hear.
started. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you both.
Okay, welcome to our Amudim Roundtable. Today, we are going to be talking about therapists on social media as a medium to educate and break stigma. I am here with Ellie Chavalis and Rachel Herkman. My name is Rachel Tuckman, and I'm going to let you guys introduce yourself. I am a licensed mental health counselor working in the 5 towns. I work with kids and adults and women experiencing infertility and post-hysterectomy. Ellie Chava, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm Ellie Chavalis. I actually just realized as you were introducing us that we each have different degrees, like our training is different. I'm an LMFT licensed marriage and family therapist. I treat couples and individuals. I work on Long Island, but now everything is virtual, so virtual. So I work everywhere. I also blog, and I have a book and some digital courses. My sort of accidental specialty is sexual dysfunction, and I'm really happy to be here.
Rachel.
Thanks. I'm Rachel Herkman. I'm an LCSW, which is a licensed clinical social worker. And I have a private practice on the Upper West Side, but right now I'm exclusively on Zoom. And I am also clinical director of the Layers Project magazine, which is an online Jewish women's magazine, where we talk about various aspects of real life. And I'm really grateful to be here.
Awesome. Okay, so some things that we discussed as we were talking about this topic were how social media is something that is very much present in all our lives in a lot of different ways. And in the past few years, we've seen that there is a lot of therapists showing up on social media. And when we talk about social media, we're not just talking about Instagram or Facebook. Social media means any medium that we use to connect with people. So it can be through emails, through blogs, through WhatsApp, through texting, really anything that connects us with people via technology. So if you get emails from a therapist, weekly updates or whatever it is, or even some therapists send texts with like a little bit of chizuk or inspirational things, like that's using social media to connect with people. So we see that a lot more therapists are showing up on social media, using it as a way to connect with clients and just with people in general to educate and break stigma. So we wanted to talk about how we use it in our own work and just kind of talk about the good, the bad, the advantages, things that you as a consumer or even as a therapist, if you're considering using it, how you should be responsible and kind of aware of some of the potential issues or the benefits of it. So I guess the first thing we really want to touch on is really like, how were we educating and reaching communities before, and like what are we doing now? How are we seeing the difference with social media in terms of our reach, in terms of our ability to create conversations? So I'm going to let either one of you guys start with this.
I mean, I can jump in. I mean, the truth is, before social media, whether you were a therapist or not, if you wanted to say something, if you wanted to bring an issue out into the community, you had to write an article or an essay, hope that one of the local newspapers would run your essay. It would maybe appear that week, you know, in that paper, or even if it was a magazine, maybe it would appear that month or that week. Maybe some people would cut it out and, you know, save your article for later. But that was basically, I think, for many people, how they would read. I mean, reading was, I think, a big source of information for people. There were certainly community events, community lectures, and people would attend these lectures. But you really, when you think about it, only a very small percentage of voices were able to express new ideas or bring ideas to the forefront.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that. You know, social media is sort of an equalizer. You know, almost everybody has access to the internet. Even people who don't have access to the internet have access to the internet. Okay. You know, it's also interesting. The role of the therapist is evolving with technological change. So, you know, you think of a therapist classically, it's very confidential. It's a very private role. But especially in recent years, when you didn't just have to be someone who didn't have stage fright or didn't mind writing. So now people can access therapeutic information in a whole bunch of different ways. So we've gone from just being able to usually help people at the one-on-one level to both educate and advocate. And they're not the same thing. You know, educating is spreading relatively neutral information, and advocating is pushing for progress and for change. And you know, that a lot of times that gets confounded, particularly in these very highly charged, very opinionated times that we're living through. You know, and I think as therapists, one of the things that is very important and very challenging, and not just therapists, anyone with a voice, you know, if you have, you know, 1.5 followers, then you have a voice. Is to remember the difference between, you know, educating and advocating, and to do both with integrity, I think.
Yeah.
I would actually add on to that, if I may, that I think a big part of it for us as therapists is also validating. And I think that that's where, for therapists on social media, there's a lot of healing power. I mean, I see this, you know, at the Layers Project. It's been around for 3 years when it first started, and we were putting out essays about miscarriage and infant, you know, and pregnancy loss and dating issues and grief and loss. These were things that people really were only talking about in whispers, or, you know, these weren't issues where people could get a lot of validation in their own communities, that these are things that people are struggling and suffering from. So I also think a big shift has been just this idea of feeling validated, that whatever it is you're going through, there are other people who have been through this. And I think this is where therapists have a very unique role in that.
Yeah, I think also, just kind of piggybacking on that, is that validation can come through specifically when you're using social media, like let's say Facebook, or a blog where people can comment, or Instagram, where people kind of contribute to the conversation. So it's not just the therapist saying, yeah, this is going on, then it's other people's voices and saying, yes, this is going on for me. Yes. And when people read those comments, or they see the messages that sometimes we share anonymously or whatever, or with permission, not anonymously, to see that there's other people who are going through those same things. And it's not just like the therapist says it happens, but like, come on, no one else is really going through this. But when they see a name behind that, even if it's like, you know, Bob 12345, it's still an account that belongs to someone, and people feel very validated by that. And I think we're creating conversations, and that's what it is. It's not just Rachel's like putting out, you know, an issue and talking about it. Now there's a conversation happening, and then that conversation is screenshotted and sent to a friend, or, you know, emailed to someone, and people are starting to talk about things where I feel like you were saying, when it was in the paper, someone read it, maybe it stayed at the Shabbos table and that's it. and it would maybe even end, but these conversations can be ongoing also, which I think is really important, because we want the conversations to continue, not just to be a one-time thing that's in the paper one week and, you know, we think about it. It's just constantly there. And I guess that would even be like the good of social media always being there, that like it's just always around. You can't just throw the paper in the garbage and then it's done. Like, it's always at our fingertips. So if someone's going through something also, they can pick up their device and go to that course online and go to that social media page or go to that email that they got that week and feel validated. So I think that's also like, it's continuing conversations and creating conversations, not just with us therapists, but also with those regular people who are going through those things. And I think that's like so important to have
It's
real.
huge. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's huge. It's social media in a way, if you think about it. It's like when the internet first came out, I think I'm a little older than you guys, but I remember it was being marketed when I was in college as the World Wide Web, the information superhighway. And if you think about it, it's really like a worldwide dialogue. You know, it's a global marketplace of ideas. And so particularly for members of communities who prior to the internet were going to be limited by whatever they had exposure to in their immediate concentric circles, my family, my school system, my insulated community. So that was their reality. You know, that was the only frame of reference that they had. And if it worked nicely, then wonderful. And if it wasn't working well, they might not even know that it wasn't working well for them, because that was the world. Like, they didn't even know that there was, you know, any alternative for things to be otherwise. And we've all always only lived in our own existence, right? We've always only inhabited our own skin. So we don't really know what's going on for other people. But, you know, like with speeches and with articles, you get a little bit of a window into a particularly professionally curated, edited perspective. With social media, you get the whole thing. You know, people are just free to comment. It's a much more democratic exchange of information. And that is huge. You know, what Rachel Herkman brought up about the validation point, I think it's therapeutic in its own right, you know, which I think is what you were saying. You know, I always used to say that for every couple that ends up in my office, I think there are probably at least 99 other people that don't even know they have that problem. And then when I started blogging about issues that I didn't see other people so commonly blogging about, the emails that I was getting back about these blogs, and because I tended to blog about very private things more in the realm of sexual dysfunction in the Orthodox community, people weren't as quick to comment publicly, but they were sure sending in messages privately. And for so many of them, I was never going to meet them. They may or may not have gone for therapy. A lot of them did go for therapy because they never realized what they were experiencing was dysfunctional. Even if they didn't come to me, they went, you know, there's plenty of therapists. And they've written things so many times. How did you write my story? You've never met me. I didn't know that it didn't have to be this way. You know, something as simple and common and tragic as, oh, but my college teacher told me that just sex is something you do for your husband. Like, you just have to like be moser nefesh because like that's what they need. If their only source of information about sexual relationship was the college teacher, and the college teacher was misinformed, then that's it. That was their one conduit. Now the information information superhighway, that the internet is available to them, right? So they can go to unhealthy resources like pornography, but they can also go to therapy blogs, and they can also go to from forums where people are discussing this in authentic, respectful ways and get information that can be life-saving for them. And that is huge. That's such a big deal.
It's so true, Elisheva. And what you were saying made me think about the fact that there's that, you know, the flip sides of these things, that so many more people now have access to information and are able to get language for their experiences. There's something so powerful when you could start to, you know, I always say stigma changes when people start to see themselves in what they're reading and watching. Right? When they're actually able to see their own stories being told by other people or being portrayed in a therapist article. What I find one of the challenges with social media is that my heart breaks when I think about what it's like for some people when they have that realization. Like you talk about this woman who had that aha moment that her college teacher could have done something differently or said something differently. And I'm picturing this person at 1 a.m. lying in bed, you know, reading an Instagram post and realizing, oh, it didn't have to be this way. And having that kind of feeling of being seen and seeing that it didn't have to be that way, but also this loneliness in learning that information and that no one is there to hold them in that moment. So I think, and that's, you know, one of the beauties of social media, that people can keep learning, but there also can be a loneliness as people learn new truths.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I think something that we hope then, and that is important for therapists who are on Instagram to convey, is that this is really just a medium for learning and education and awareness. And if something does land with you that you're like, oh, whoa, this is me, don't just sit with it. Reach out, explore it more, right? And what we're doing now is we're saying, like, this knowledge should be widespread. It shouldn't be only available to you if you call a therapist and go. Some people don't even know they have these issues, and they were never even able to know. So they were just living in dysfunction, not even knowing it was dysfunction, right? So when they have that realization and there is that loneliness, we want to convey, and I think that's important, to constantly be saying, you're not alone, reach out for help. There are people here who want to help you. There are more resources. You want to learn more about this? There, you can look at this course online, you can read this blog and see, maybe, okay, you know what? I do have to explore this more. This is an issue. Give them resources, books also, right? We want to really be responsible with how we're educating, because like you said, like, it could be, it's a double-edged sword. It could be so empowering, and it can be really like frightening and damaging if we put something out there and we just kind of like don't, there's no follow-up. I think it's also important that people remember that, like, nobody is the authority on any subject, like none of us. We have our expertise and we have our knowledge, but like there's so much nuance and context that needs to exist when we talk about an issue, that when people read these things, they have to just kind of say, like, be a critical thinker, right? Does this apply to me? Does this make sense in my life? Is this something that could be going on for me? I know for me, I don't know if you ever had this, like, I'll have people come in now to my office, like having diagnosed themselves already. They have a label attached to it. And I'm like, okay, where did you get that from? Like, whose account are you following, And it's really, sometimes it's a disservice because they kind of pathologize themselves when really, like, it's just like a human having a hard time. It's really not, it's not that serious. Like, you've put a label on yourself, and then you start seeing yourself through that lens, and then you start acting in that lens. They don't realize, like, that sometimes there's like a little bit of a disservice there. So I think for sure, like, them seeing that could be something that's very disheartening or discouraging or lonely. And I think that's why we as therapists also have to always remember, like, who we're talking to. It's hard also when you're just on your phone or on your computer and you're just putting a post there. You don't see the people there. There's no face to face, right? We don't know who we're talking to, because even there's people that don't follow us that still engage in our content, right? Or that don't engage even, meaning they don't message or like, so we don't know who's seeing it. And so it's hard sometimes to know who you're talking to. And that's why I think we have to, like, just keep remembering to say, like, this is for educational purposes. Please be a critical thinker. Please, understand that there's a lot of different pieces that go with this, and always reach out for help if you feel like this is something you need to explore more, right?
It's so true, because I'm even thinking about it as a speaker, right? You could feel the room, right? When you're talking to a group, you could kind of feel the room. You could see facial expressions. You could see how things land. We don't have that with social media. So then when people give us feedback, we're able to get a sense that this is how it lands. I mean, I also think about that, information can be effective and it could also be defective. And there's a lot of danger when, I'm the kind of person that if I don't feel 100% comfortable with something I'm about to post, I just don't, because I do feel as a therapist, it's really important to hesitate, to really hesitate and say, can this be misconstrued in a way that's unhealthy? Or is this not packaged properly? I mean, I could say even at the Layers Project, we put so much thought into the content that we put out, because we're talking about loaded topics for people. I often say, if you open it up, you sew it up, right? So I'm operating on the premise that someone who's reading something is looking at this, and then they're going to go on with their day. So, and my partner at the Layers Project, Shira Lincoln Sheps, and I were often talking about this, that if somebody were to read this, would they be able to read this essay and then put their phone down and then go do carpool, or be able to go to that meeting at work? Because that's the other balance we're trying to find here, of we want to talk about real things that are going on for people, but if people become too flooded, then they can't proceed with their day, and there's no one there to hold them through that.
I actually have another angle on that, and I agree with what you're saying, but the way I also look at it is, it's kind of like, you said something that, like, struck a chord. You said, when you hesitate before you post something, you think, okay, is it possible for this to be misconstrued? And to me, the answer is yes. There is always the possibility for it to be misconstrued. And
Right.
And not just because, you know, people are looking to, you know, deliberately distort what you're saying or take it out of context, but because, again, we always see the world through our own lenses. You know, we've always only inhabited our own context. And so I think walking that balance, you know, that tightrope between, on the one hand, providing honest, respectful information and assuming a very high level of trust in our totally democratic audience. You know, I don't mean politically democratic. I mean that anyone could be part of the audience. You know, you have no idea who's in your audience. We will never have any idea. I mean, we know who follows us, but that, like you said, that doesn't tell us the whole story. And to say, you know, my job is to make sure that I'm representing the information that I'm offering in as honest and complete a way as I can, being a professional. But, you know, I was thinking a couple of times during this conversation about Brene Brown's book. I thought it was just me, but it wasn't. I think one of the reasons, I mean, she's a brilliant thinker, but one of the reasons that her writing is so widely loved is because it evokes that exact sentiment. I thought it was just me, but it wasn't, you know? And so sometimes, the same way someone might go to a doctor and say, I think I have strep. And depending on the doctor's knowledge of that patient or client, they might say, like, oh yeah, you're usually right. Or they might say, well, you have a sore throat, that might not be strep, you know, let's just see what's going on. Someone might come to us and say, I think I have anxiety, or I think I have vaginismus, because that's the, you know, the catch-all of sexual dysfunctions. And they might be right, you know. So sometimes when they diagnose themselves, it's because they've become an educated consumer of information. And, you know, I think the postmodernist approach to therapy is to offer our clients as much information as possible, so that they don't have to rely on us as the, you know, hierarchical, listen to me because I know more than you. It's more like, here, let me share the information that I have and you share back with me. But I think that the risk that we take as a society when we step down from our pedestals and offer information at a more egalitarian level with our public is that it will sometimes be misconstrued. And then what's really cool about social media is that it is a dialogue. So sometimes, you know, and all three of us, I know, have had this experience where we'll write something, you know, a blog post, a social media like internet or Facebook post, and somebody will comment on it. And this happens to everybody in such a way that shows they clearly missed what you were saying, you know, even though you said it so clearly, right? So it's either an opportunity to clarify, you know, or for other people to see, like, look what happens. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't say things. It's just, you know, that, you know, people see things through their own lenses. And that's, you know, when I was in graduate school, I learned something that I thought was so interesting. They taught us about, I wonder if you guys learned this, because I had never heard it before, the difference between qualitative research and quantitative research. So for whoever's listening to this, basically quantitative research is the type of research that we're usually accustomed to thinking of, you know, having, you know, setting up experiments and controls and surveys and, you know, following a real scientific method to looking at a large sample of people or symptoms and figuring out, you know, what's going on in the broader public based on a large sample of, you know, a good cross-section. Qualitative research is looking at strands of individual more longitudinally, looking at narratives, hearing stories. And sometimes those stories are incredibly valuable. So when we look in our email inboxes or our private messages, our DMs, Messenger, Facebook, you know, however we're getting that little bit of private feedback and the questions that are coming in and the painful stories that are being shared, that stuff is gold, because what it does is it educates us as the therapists who provide comfort and service and tools and information as to what our demographic is craving and needing more of. And so, you know, while I totally agree with what Rachel Herkman was saying, like we need to think again before, you know, because that is a responsibility of someone who has, you know, professional letters after your name. At the same time, the knowledge that it will sometimes be misconstrued.
No, it's very true. It's very true. And people are bringing, you know, when people are reading this stuff, they're, you know, if they are sending messages to us, it's not about us per se. What we're writing is a prompt on a certain level for things that they've been through. And even in the Layers Project, we've gotten messages from people asking, why haven't you talked about this topic yet? Why haven't you covered this topic yet? And the truth is, I get it. People want to see their own experiences put out there. And so they're always asking for more in that regard. I also think part of it, and I thought about this when you brought up Brene Brown, is that, you know, we're always encouraging people to be vulnerable. But at the same time, we see that with social media, there's an anonymity to comments. People will write things in comments on social media that they would never necessarily say to someone's face. So it's been interesting for me, both as a therapist, having an Instagram handle talking about clinical stuff, and also seeing as a Jewish women's magazine, is what does it mean to try to curate and create community on social media that is supportive and positive, because we really can't control what people are going to say. And I think that that's always there with social media, that it's where, especially during a pandemic, it's where people are finding community, but it's also where there's a lot of conflict.
Right. I think something also that comes up a lot is, I don't know if you guys ever get these messages. I certainly do, because I am very direct a lot of the time in the way that I speak on social media. Sometimes people will say to me, like, you're a mental health professional, you shouldn't say something like that, or you should know better, or you should say it this way, right? People feel like they have a right to come and tell you how you should speak because you're a mental health professional. So my inner thinking, obviously I'm a lot more validating in my comments to them, sometimes not. But my inner thinking is more like, I'm not responsible for everyone's emotional process on Instagram, right? If you're my client, I would be a lot more sensitive. How I speak in the therapy room is not how I speak on social media. And I think that's something people need to remember also. I'm not giving you therapy on social media. I'm a therapist educating on social media. I'm using that as a way to start discussion, but I'm not your own personal therapist. So if I offend you, clearly it's not intentional. I wasn't thinking, who can I offend today? Or, whose feelings can I hurt? Sometimes that's par for the course. Like, if you don't like the way I speak, then you should also know Rachel's probably not someone I'm going to contact in the future because I don't like how she comes at me, right? But I think that's also something that we kind of, and this is what I do with my disclaimers. I always let people know that my engaging with you here on this platform does not establish a client-therapist relationship. Like, we have to agree in a very specific context that we're working together. And then my behavior is, of course, different, right? I share things on social media that I would not share in the therapy room. So I think as consumers, when people are social media consumers, they need to keep that in mind also. I think that that would also maybe lower their levels of distress, also to help them to be more aware of, like, okay, Rachel's not speaking to me specifically, or Elishev is not speaking to me specifically, or I don't agree with her message, I can just swipe on by, like, that doesn't apply to me. And I think sometimes people have a hard time doing that because, especially, I feel like, I wonder if it's different, I don't know, but if you're holding a phone versus a computer or whatever, maybe you feel like it's more directed to you based on how you're interacting with it, right?
Well, everything else in your phone is customized. Think about it. Everything else in your phone is customized. Your playlist, right? If I'm going running, every single song on my playlist was selected because I like it.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So then you have, social media where it's like, no, not every single thing, even though you might select who you're going to follow, not everything they post is going to appeal to you. This fashion influencer, not every outfit they post are you going to like, right? So I think there's that piece too of like, no, we can't customize every single thing that we're always going to like every single thing.
Right.
That's a great point. And this is actually, something that I've learned more recently. First of all, I think it's true, Rachel Tuckman, you happen to do a really great job with those disclaimers. You put out a tremendous amount of free content, and I imagine both of you do. And I think it probably takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of kindness, because this is free content. And you do a good job putting those disclaimers and making it clear, this is not therapy. I am not your therapist. Not everything I say relates to every person. Please be discerning, be a knowledgeable consumer. But that point that you made, Rachel Herkman, about everything else on your phone being customized is true. And something that I think I learned from you, Rachel Tuckman, is that what you're getting on your social media feeds is also somewhat customized, because sometimes we engage with things that bother us.
Yeah,
and the little gods inside the phone know that, right? So like they notice how long you,
they know when you're in a bad mood. So they're like, let's show you this.
It's like, I'm thinking about pizza and all of a sudden pizza pops up. I was like, how'd you do that?
How'd you know?
Yeah, like, it's scary, and so it's very interesting. I think one of you taught me the term hate following. There's such a thing as people,
Rachel did that.
Rachel, right? It's such a great term because people enjoy, I'm like a little embarrassed to admit this, but I send out on my weekly newsletter, I notice, the click rates, the open rates of like what kinds of information people tend to click on. I've heard this before, but I've actually experienced it to be true. if you do a subject line like, this is something that drives me crazy, or I hate when this happens, people are so much more likely to click on that because they're so curious about the negativity bias than if you say, here's a beautiful story. They're like, well, you know, beautiful story. Okay, nice. I get those all the time, you know.
But
so,
you know what, Alicia, it's interesting you say that. What I just thought of is that you're saying that like people don't necessarily jump for the like, this is a beautiful story. And I'm thinking about it in the Jewish community.
Yeah.
That sometimes when people are going through difficult things, it's very natural for people around them to try to reframe it in a positive way, you know, and to offer spiritual uplifting, you know, and I think people, it's natural to want to find meaning through what you're going through. And it just kind of occurred to me as you were saying that, and that's pretty interesting that you noticed that with your schmooze letter, is that there's that distinction that, you know, of what people are into. And I wonder if that might also contribute to people's interest in going on social media, is that kind of, let's just be real about this. Like, this is something really that people are really upset about. And I mean, I've definitely seen this play out for people, that people really appreciate when they have a space to say, yeah, this thing is going on. I'm really angry about it. I don't feel anything meaningful about it. Like a couple weeks ago, I posted something like, okay, that's it. We're canceling platitudes. Post a platitude here that's got to go. And like, you're right. There was so much engagement there because everyone was posting things that had been said to them when they were going through something painful, and it wasn't what they needed to hear at that moment. And maybe at some point they came to a place of meaning. And, you know, I see this for Jewish women's stories, and, you know, kind of they could look back and maybe see something, oh, I could see along the way this meaning. And I've certainly seen that in my own life. I could look back and see meaning. But touching on that, like, this drives people crazy, is so interesting from an engagement perspective.
This place is very special to me. It always makes me feel at peace. It gives me time to think about how lucky I am. But am I really? Appearances can sometimes be deceiving. My favorite part of the day is saying good morning to my children. I always try to show them that they're my whole world. Mornings can be a bit crazy. And they're not the only ones who need to get going. I love being a mom, which is why my job makes a lot of sense. The parents always tell me their kids love my daycare center and can't wait to get here every day. I'm lucky I get to do something I love. Of course, after a day with all these kids, it's always nice to have some grown-up time. I'm lucky to have such good friends. But there's nothing like coming home to my family. Dinner is always a lot of work, but we're lucky to be able to spend time with each other. I would do anything to keep my children safe and happy. I'm lucky to be with someone who works hard to take care of our family. I'm lucky to have the life I have. So why do I hate myself so much? I stand on my roof at night when my mind is racing and I can't sleep and the thoughts won't leave, which means I'm out here every night.
I feel like my life has no meaning. The pain is unbearable. I'm out here before anyone is awake to decide if there should be a tomorrow. And I know that if there is, the pain and the sadness and the anxiety will all start again.
I hug my kids in the morning, but I feel like I'm falling apart. I'm
I'm surrounded by a family, but I feel so incredibly alone. About a year ago, it got really bad. My husband dragged me to a doctor.
They wanted me to go into therapy and maybe start taking some medication. But I refused.
How can a pill help the pain go away? Will that help my insecurities, my financial troubles, my depression?
I'm surrounded by joy. And I just want to cry all the time. I know an attack is just around the corner. And I always ask myself during the really bad ones, is it really worth living through?
My friends have their own lives, their own families. Why should I burden them?
I found a way to relieve the panic when it gets really bad. Sometimes I just need to feel something.
The relief doesn't last long. I see a fan and think about hooking my long shawl over it.
I see a lot of things as a way out. It's easier to just smile and pretend everything is fine. But at least when the battle is over, the choice will have been all mine. I love my kids so much, but I think sometimes I'd be better off with someone less sick.
My husband and I barely talk, and when we do, it's like this. He thinks I should get over it, and I can't blame him. Someone who doesn't experience the emptiness, the deep sadness, the fear, will never understand it. As I'm sitting, I feel like I'm crawling in my own skin. I want to cry and scream, "Help me! Somebody please understand my pain." But I can't. How I dread the hour of 4 a.m. My pounding heart, the sweating, the fear, the panic. I'm so afraid. I can't get through another day feeling this way. I'm lost and scared. But I'm not ready to give up. I pushed past the pain, and I made the first call. I'm on my way to getting the proper help that I need. I need to realize that there is hope, that I do have value, and that my life is worth living.
So, I mean, one of the things that we had written down here was like, how should a consumer, well, a couple things. How can a consumer use this kind of content to support their mental health? And for someone who's in therapy already, let's say they're in active therapy, how can they use this, this kind of content to support them? And what are some things to kind of like look out for? Just basically, how should you engage if you are a consumer of mental health content?
Well, even just how to engage with social media as a consumer in general, right? Meaning like, what is my relationship to Instagram? Just in general. I mean, I think about that as a consumer, and I actually have this thing now. I don't go on social media for the first 3 hours of the day. Like, it's like my thing now, because I realize that if my phone is right next to me, because you need it as an alarm clock, even though we don't need to use our phones as an alarm clock.
Yeah.
Think about growing up, we all had alarm clocks that were not attached to a phone. We managed, right? The whole house heard the alarm clock go off. It was fine, right? So I noticed that if I was going on social media as soon as I woke up in the morning, I didn't even have a chance to develop any of my own organic thoughts. And whatever I saw was going to shape what I started thinking about. And I wasn't, you know, it just, I felt like from a morning ritual of being able to feel still and meditate, it wasn't working. So I could tell you myself as a consumer, I have real boundaries around social media. And then when you add to that the piece of how should someone be a responsible consumer with social media, specifically of, you're talking about mental health content, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think people need to understand also the differences in professionals, meaning of who are you reading from? In other words, like there's different types of specialties, there's different types of professionals. There are people who are, you know, not professionals, but they really like psychology and mental health, so they like to post stuff. There are people who have been through their own struggles and now they talk about that kind of stuff, and that's what's meaningful. I think it's the kind of thing where in general people are on their phones all the time, especially during a pandemic. So a lot of it is just, I think, just awareness of where does social media fit into your life, and are you using it as a way to escape? Are you using it as a way to get information, inspired? Like, I think for a lot of people, it serves a lot of purposes in that way.
Yeah. And I think there's such a thing I know there is such a thing as overconsumption, right? That sometimes when we're reading so much therapeutic content, then it gets super confusing, right? So you can read about like self-betrayal and codependency, and then you can read about, you know, being parentified, and then you can read about trauma, and then you can read about like so many different topics that you're
and Rachel, and also take a few quizzes.
And take like quizzes, right?
I took a BuzzFeed quiz, and turns out I'm both narcissistic and codependent. And
So many people have messaged me and they're like, I think I'm a narcissist. And I'm like, oh my God, we're all a little bit narcissistic. Like, guys, yeah, you're going to meet the criteria. This is like healthy human behavior, right?
That's what you meant about pathologizing normal behavior. You know what it's a little bit like? It's like, you know, I think they call it medical student syndrome. You know, when someone's in medical school and whatever course they're taking, it's like, oh, I must have that cancer. You know, like I must have that issue. And the overconsumption, and by the way, when I say this, I'm probably guilty of this too. I'm not speaking down to, you know, because social media and the internet are relatively new. You know, and I say we, but I'm not sure if it's true of you. I can speak for myself. I think I was the last generation to grow up without the internet and raise children during the internet, right? Like, did you guys remember the life before, like when you were in high school?
I remember dial-up. You had to earn it. If you wanted to go online, you had to earn it. You had to sit for 45 minutes waiting for the AOL man to move, and then you finally get on, and then someone picks up the phone, right? And then you got disconnected.
Oh my gosh!
And you were in the middle of an important IM conversation about your crush. It was very devastating.
For school projects, I had to go to the library until high school. There was no Google, internet,
nothing. College. Yeah, when I was in college, the internet came out. Yes. Right. So when I was in high school, like when fax machines came out, it was so cool because you could leave your notes in school and someone could fax them to you. It was like, So my kids have no frame of reference for the reality that I had, and it's really interesting. But the reason that I'm saying this is not specifically to mention the generation gap, but because since this sort of social experiment, I think there's a documentary called The Social Experiment, right, about this on Netflix, right? That's something like that, a title similar to that. That's what's it called?
The Social Dilemma.
Oh, The Social Dilemma. Thank you. The Social Dilemma, not The Social Experiment. Anyway, but it is sort of an experiment in human experience where the entire world is plugged into this incredibly powerful, incredibly addictive energy. You know, it's just where everything is available at our fingertips. And a lot of what has happened phenomenologically is counterintuitive. You know, and so one of those things, like, let's say I heard one of these, I watched part of The Social Dilemma, and one of the people who engineered the like button, I don't know if it was on Facebook or, you know, he was saying, we did that to spread positivity. Like, we wanted people to get like a thumbs up from people all over the world. And the like button has turned into such an incredible source of angst. You know, so I think, you know, that piece of it, you know, that medical student syndrome of just like students in medical school used to be like, oh, I'm reading about this condition, maybe I have it. Now everybody's got medical student syndrome because everyone can read about anything. So on the one hand, it's a blessing because, you know, I can read about my symptoms and say, oh my goodness, this is like a thing. It's not like, I'm not just like some sort of freak of nature. This is something that's written about. There's research, there's treatment, there's other people. This is so comforting. I can make use of these resources. This is fantastic. But at the same time, then I go through a lot of other symptoms and diagnose myself with a dozen other conditions. And so again, you're going to bring your own perspective, your own mental health to, you know, to your experience of reading and watching. And the other thing I wanted to comment on what Rachel Herkman said before is when we were talking about mental health content explicitly, as you were saying that, I thought to myself, in a way, almost everything is mental health content.
That's
you know,
true.
you listen to, like, you know, teenagers watching sports. They're like screaming like banshees when they're or not just teenagers, actually, you know, sports fans, right? Like the sounds that emanate from my basement when the Giants score, it's like you would think someone's being tortured. Or if they fumble, you know, I don't, you know, so, yeah, so, and that's just sports, that, you know, politics for sure. Even, you know, even let's say the amount of television, you know, when I was growing up, there were 13 channels. That was it. And before that, there were 3, you know. Now there are so many thousands of different forms of entertainment that people can plug into, and they elicit an incredible amount of emotion. And so that's also mental health content. You know, if I'm watching all these like medical dramas, people are dying and it's like, you know, wow, that was an exhausting hour I just spent in my bed, you know.
And actually, I stopped watching medical dramas.
Yeah.
Like, I stopped
because it was
watching Grey's Anatomy. Yeah, no, because I would finish a whole day of being a social worker, and then I'm like watching a show that only until the commercial comes, I realize I haven't been breathing normal for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's also a really bad show, just saying. But like, once they did that like Glee episode, like, I don't remember what season it was, that's when I like checked out of it. So it's just bad for your mental health because it's a bad show.
But standards.
If you don't agree with Rachel, you can just scroll right on.
That's right.
Yes,
Scroll
on.
through.
But now they're gonna hate follow. If they continue following, they're gonna hate follow. But you're so right, Alicia, that like everything, life is filled with emotional experiences. So also all current events, anything we read about here, everything affects us in different ways. So It's true. There's
and
like
they get so good at it. Yeah, sorry. No, I was going to say the advertisers even get so good at it. Like within, I'm actually like blown away, just like from a theoretical perspective, how in a 60-second or even a 40-second clip, I can be moved to tears, you know, by something that's either so heartwarming or something that's so heartbreaking. And imagine you're scrolling around and it's like, oh, there's pasta. I need pasta. Oh, someone died. Oh my God, someone died. Someone had a baby. Oh, that's so great. It's like you become so like destabilized from, you know.
Even just think about like those emails. I don't know if you guys get them, like with like summaries of the news and just reading the headlines, how you can go from, oh my God, to like at the end, it's like, oh, pasta this week for dinner, check out New York Times culinary section. And you're like, I just read about like how many millions of people with COVID and horrible like murder hornets in here and cancer there. And like, now I'm to pasta. Like we really go through these like emotional roller coasters. It's like, it can't be good for us even. And that's why I think that being an educated consumer, a conscious consumer, knowing like how to unplug, knowing how to disconnect, knowing when it's too much, but also kind of going back to what I was saying before about that overconsumption. I feel like sometimes it teaches us that like we can't listen to ourselves anymore. And I think unplugging is so important because you have to be able to listen to yourself. Like not every expert, you know, on Instagram is an expert on you. Nobody's the expert on you. They have ideas. We all have wonderful ideas and we all have our specialties and we all have our thoughts and I think we do offer a lot of wonderful content and things for people to think about. But at the end of the day, each person who is engaging They have to stop and, like I said earlier, just look and say, does this make sense for me? Rachel Tuckman doesn't know me better than I know myself. I know myself. And I think that's so important. And again, when we get that email from the New York Times with the summary or whichever paper it is, maybe don't look at it. If you pay attention when you're looking and see, like, am I on this emotional roller coaster in the 3 seconds that it takes me to just like scroll through that email? Forget it. It's not good for me, you know?
Rachel, I think that actually speaks to also what's going on in a pandemic right now. Because as you're describing it, like, I could get an email from my kid's school, and I don't know if it's to tell me that they need to close for 2 weeks or because they planted some apple seeds outside, right? So, and hopefully the subjects can be, you know, reflective of the severity, but I used to get that, heart beating, like, oh, they're closing school. And then it's like, oh, no, we saw a cardinal outside today. It was exciting, you know, so, and that is exciting.
It's okay. You're like, no, it already wasn't okay when your name was on my caller ID. It made me feel better. It said Shalom in School for Girls. I wasn't okay. Everything's okay. No. Okay, it's gonna be, just tell me why you're calling.
Right. It's interesting you say that, because that's the power of triggers, which is exactly what we're talking about, right? How it's literally in milliseconds. Yeah. And that, right. And that's a non-trauma. Yeah. Right. So even more so for a real trauma. Yes. Right. And what it means to kind of have that awareness of, even to know, what do we feel like when we're triggered? Like, I often say to people, there's a difference between feeling annoyed or feeling activated. Great right. You know, like when you're annoyed, you read it and you're like, right. But activated is like, you feel hijacked now. You don't feel like, you feel off track. And I think that it's helpful for people to have that awareness about the content that they're reading online and the time of day that they're scrolling. And even just that awareness of, am I trying to run away from something right now? What do I really need right now? Is this helping me feel better or worse? Do I need to, you know, get some fresh air instead, you know, enjoy nature, especially now that the days are getting shorter. So I totally agree. I think that there's that responsibility for consumption, not just about mental health content, but just all content is so important.
Yeah. And I think what you just said, both of you mentioned about the pandemic, I think it would be, you know, that's an incredibly important backdrop against which everything is happening right now. And so even though even within our professional community, there's some controversy around how we define trauma, you know, micro trauma and small t trauma, and whether everybody has, you know, traumatic flavored experiences, or no, we only reserve the label of trauma for, you know, heavy acute experiences. But the reality of we're going through something that is a global trauma. And, you know, and that doesn't mean that everybody's traumatized by it. And that doesn't mean that everyone's going to have PTSD from it, but it does totally flavor these months for all of us, and for really an entire cohort generation, you know, however old people were at the time of this pandemic. God willing, it should end soon. But I think that, you know, we're seeing this as mental health professionals, and I don't think you need to be a mental health professional to pick up on this, is that people are in general right now during this time period probably a lot more emotionally raw, and therefore a lot more easily activated than usual. You know, and that's something important to keep in mind, both, you know, in our own individual experiences, you know, as we go through our day and we have our interactions and we feel all our feelings, and about other people also, is that, you know, when we're talking to them and we're seeing sides of them that we're like, whoa, what's that? It's like, hey, you know what? They're also living through a pandemic, you know?
You're right. It's really leveled the playing field. It's like you said, it impacts everyone. So I do think people have felt more permission lately to say, yeah, I'm not really okay. Things are really hard right now. And I think that has helped normalize mental health support, and just this idea that, you know, nobody has it all together all the time.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, we are speaking through Amudim, so it's primarily directed at an Orthodox community, I think, right? And I think particularly in our communities, one of the challenges that there is that we are a very idealistic people, you know, and it comes from a nice place. It comes from wanting to strive high and aim high. But I think that in a lot of cases, there's like a low threshold, a low tolerance for things like not being okay. Whether it's because of being worried about shidduchim, or because of being worried about, you know, your school picking on you or your kid, or even, you know, what the neighbors are going to say. And I'm not saying that our community has a monopoly on these issues, but I think that in communities that value the collective, and that particular cultural value system, it's also become really important for individuals to check in with themselves and to find other like-minded individuals. And that's something that I think social media has been wonderful for. There are a lot of people who have told me, like, within my family, I never quite fit. The wavelength that I think on and the way I question things or the way I process things always just seems to be a little too much for my parents or my siblings or my school. And then I just found these like-minded people, but based on my social media experience. And it was so refreshing to feel like, oh, there's people like me in other places. They weren't in my immediate, circumference of what I was exposed to. So, it's another value.
Yeah, it's given people community, right? And relationships and connectiveness that they didn't have before or could not have given the communities that they're in. And something that I do see often is I'll get messages from people in different communities who maybe are not supposed to be on social media or aren't supposed to be connected. And they say, like, I can't leave where I'm at. Like, I'm in this world and it's not an option for me not to be. But this helps me stay in that world, right? Because it grounds me, it keeps me sane, it makes me see I'm not alone, and I don't have to go other places. I have this connection, and I feel normal and human. And I think that's something that's really great, that we're normalizing therapy, we're normalizing a lot of the issues that people go through because we're just saying, hey, this exists, right? You're not a freak. You're not weird. There's nothing out there that's weird or crazy. It's all, you're not unique, right? That Mark Manson book, right? He says, it's my favorite line. He always says, you're not special, right? You're just not. There's no unique experiences here. Everybody goes through things and we all experience them in different ways, but there's no problem out there that nobody's experienced yet. So you're never alone in your suffering. And I think that just even showing that therapy is there and even just the education is there, and it's something that everybody should have access to, and everybody, deserves to have access to that stuff and these conversations. I think that's important. And I think that's why, I know some people early on in the social media, when it was starting to become big, I remember in grad school, they were starting to talk about it and they were saying it's not ethical for therapists to be on social media.
I remember hearing that too.
It wasn't professional. And now we're really seeing that this is where therapists are going to spread their message and to educate and to break stigma and even marketing purposes, right? And to show hey, I'm here. And if you need me, come find me. I have a course, I have a blog, I have an email, I have a book, I have, I have stuff that I want to help you with. So I think that's it's an amazing tool that we have. And I think that at the same time that it's an incredible tool, we also have to be very, very careful how we use it as therapists, but also consumers. We just have to be very mindful.
I know we have to wind down, but I just think that now that you've heard a little bit about how we use social media to share information and knowledge and messages, maybe we should just kind of let people know where they can find us if they want to hear a little bit more about this. You want to should we just tell them our websites and stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to start, Rachel?
Rachel T, Rachel H.
Oh, I feel like I should be Rachel Liss. I don't know, I'm feeling a little left out.
This is the story of my life. Is it right? Rachel's story of her life. There's always another Rachel.
No,
yeah.
By the way, there was never any Rachels. I was the
Are
only
you kidding?
Rachel.
There were six Rachels in my senior class.
I thought I was the only Rachel, and then when there was Rachel on Friends, I'm like, oh, there is Rachel. It's
funny.
And that speaks to our theme. You stop feeling alone.
Yeah,
you saw something in the media.
Yeah, there was never any Rachels. There was Ruchies and Ruchels,
right?
Never Rachel. I never. I always felt like I'm the only one, so I'm always so happy when I meet another Rachel. I'm finally, okay, I'm a Jew with the name Rachel, and I'm a from Jew with the name Rachel, and there's other Rachels. I always felt so weird about it.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
Thank you.
You thought it was just you, Yeah.
You go first.
I go first? Okay, well, if people want to find me on Instagram, you could follow me at Rachel Herkman. And if you want to check us out at The Layers Project, you could find us at The Layers Project. And you can also find us on Facebook, The Layers Project Magazine, and also our website is Layers Project Magazine.
Okay, and I am on Instagram at Rachel Tuckman LMHC. I have a website also that has all of my content from YouTube and Instagram. It's all there in one place. It's racheltuckman.com. I'm also on Facebook. A lot of my content from Instagram is also on Facebook. And it's, you can just look me up, Rachel Tuckman LMHC. And Ellie Shepard, go ahead.
So most of my stuff can be accessed on my website, elliechevalis.com. On Instagram, I'm elliesheva_list. I'm not really so active on Facebook these days, but my courses and book and blog posts and free videos, everything is all sort of grouped at this point on the website. So if you just go there, elliechevalis.com, you should be able to find everything.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, guys. This was great. And I am so thankful to Amudim and to Gabi for coordinating this. And I hope it's really successful. All right. Thanks, guys.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in to this great event in support of Amudim, which is a remarkable organization. Really grateful to be here. So hopefully we have a really exciting segment for you tonight or today. We have 5 siblings from the same family who are all very accomplished clinicians and mental health professionals and social workers.
Sonny is one of those people who never seemed to work a day in his life, honestly, but still does so much. He's a phenomenon. Fun fact about Sarah is I'm actually not so sure because I haven't tried it in many years, but she freaks out if you scare her. And she does. If you scare her from behind, she will claw your face off. That was my favorite activity when I was a kid. Yeah, scary Sarah.
When you go camping with TV, he will pick the best camping spot. He works as a therapist and a clinic director and a professor, but he's also, he loves English and English literature, and it's always fun to talk with him about books he's reading. And he also has a private practice in Queens.
Ellie has been one of my heroes from when I was a kid, from when I was literally a kid, and has forever remained in my mind one of the characters within our family that's like grounded us within our relationship with Hashem in a very stable type of way. And that's my big brother Ellie, one of my heroes.
Shim I look at as such like a breath of fresh air. Like he's something, like it was a little bit different There's something very, very honest about him. What he says is exactly what he means. What was so nice is that he actually expressed when it was like, hey, I'm being treated as the youngest over here. I'm an adult now, stop treating me like this. It was just, it's so pleasant when someone just says what they need, and you kind of step back, you take a deep breath, and you're like, of course, you're an adult just like us. That's great. So that's what my first feeling is with Shem.
One of the benefits of sitting here and kind of talking to you guys as siblings is that, you know, I don't think therapists are the only ones. It's the only kind of profession, but it's very common where, like, in terms of how we present ourselves to our clients, Shem and I were talking about this before, but also how they relate to us. Therapists almost seem like not regular, you know, so it's really nice to be able to give you guys an opportunity to talk as therapists, but as therapists who also are regular people, not that regular, but just people, you know. So one of the things I wanted to kind of perhaps explore a little bit, and it'd be interesting to explore it in the context of being with your siblings, is, you know, each of us has our own method and kind of approach to life, to helping people, maybe particular types of clinical intervention that kind of speak to us, that relate to us. You know, obviously we have to be above that. We can't just be, you know, we can't be locked into our own personality and hope that every client we encounter fits that. But each of us has our own kind of method and approach. So what I was wondering, if perhaps you could, I'm going to ask some of you, see how many people we can get through, but just to kind of think about what your method and approach is, and how that maybe contrasts with maybe in a way that you admire, maybe in a way that you find interesting, or maybe in a way that drives you nuts in one of your siblings. So what I would ask you to do is kind of think about why you feel that one of your siblings kind of has a method and approach that's very different, and what about it is different from yours, meaning what's yours and how is theirs different. So we'll start with Sani.
Let me talk about what I believe my method is, or how I came to the method, and maybe while I'm doing that, I'll consider who I could pick on here.
It doesn't have to be one. It could be more than one, and it doesn't have to be like so contrasted. But
yeah. So So I actually think the second part is going to be very hard, because I really I'm cool with all the approaches. So I have to figure out, when I first started, I was really like trying to pick what I like, and I really like the psychotherapy, the deep psychodynamic type of getting deeply into the childhood and really understanding where your blocks are coming from and really digging deep into the unconscious. And that really is what attracted me, and I really liked doing the private practice at the time. But through my career, I have been exposed very much to, and that's why you introduced me as a social worker, to more of the social working, the professional helper part, where most of the work I do is mentor-based. It's like our place is a mentor-based. I worked in the TOVR program, it was a mentor program. It's about working with teenagers and at-risk youth and addiction. It was about always believing in them and giving them the strength, more of the strength perspective, to give them the strength to make the changes. And what I've seen is a lot of great therapists out there. I was an all right therapist in private practice, but I seem to be really good at giving support and loving and believing in people. So my method is veered towards that approach, where I want to give as many people as possible the strength to make the changes and get the help they need. So I've been very focused on what I would call is pre-therapy, you know, giving them the support network and surrounding them in the sober living. I call it the cocoon of love, where they're surrounded by layers of support, where when they go to therapy, they have like teams of people behind it. So our other brother, Sal, who's not here, who's always gives us example of the Gracie brothers when they go into the rink, and that's the UFC. They're fighting, you know, MMA. They're fighting. They're fighters, and whichever brother is fighting in the ring, all the other brothers put their hands on their shoulders and give the strength, and the father, and they all walk together to the rink, and they give each other strength. That's kind of like the muscle to the way I see my work, and my goal in this world is to develop that group of people around the people to go to the help they need. And then I found that everybody needs different help. So there's so much different approaches out there, and therapy is such a big part of the help they need. So everybody so Shim, for example, who I'm kind of a supervisor now, so I get to see, he's very attracted to this primal, what do you call it? Primal scream. I call it primal scream. I thought it was called something else. Okay.
I have a different name, but it's
right.
Comes from primal scream.
Primal scream therapy, and that's not something I would have used in an approach in any I've ever done. But so in a sense we contrast. But now I'm sending guys to him, and it's making a huge impact in their lives. So it's not an approach I ever would have done. My approach is very much more similar to Kiwi, where we did kind of similar type of therapy and both worked with addiction, and but this is a whole new idea, something I wouldn't have thought of. But I'm so excited that I am the behind-the-scenes social worker who is developing these people to the ability that they could go to someone like Shim and get this approach that I can't do. So the feeling is that I can't help everybody in the type of therapy they need, but I can help everybody in terms of having an entire team behind me, giving people the strength to get the help they need. So that's my approach, and it's been different, and it's one of the reasons why I've stopped my private practice, besides for other dynamics, but that's
I don't have anything to do with you stopping your practice. There's no way, right? We're not gonna.
Is this the place?
Is it possible that I do?
Yes.
Really?
That is so cool.
I didn't know I had such a power.
It's a good
power. It sounds like part of what you're describing is a journey towards a certain measure of self-acceptance. Like you envisioned being a therapist or being a social worker, being a helper in a certain way, and then you were trying to, and you'll let me know if I'm misinterpreting, but you were trying to, be a square peg in a round hole or something that to that degree, and you've come to a place of accepting where you're excellent.
Yeah, well,
being yourself.
You're more right than you think, because really I really, especially coming from a family of therapists, we've always looked up this idea of being very deep, very introspective, very understanding, and so in my eyes, doing real private practice. Our mother did private practice, and she was good at it, and we always kind of looked up to that experience of really getting deeply into the client and understanding the dynamics and trying to help them there. And I had a hard time kind of leaving that and accepting my actual strength, which is this support. I call myself a professional uncle. That's who I am. I professionally am an uncle. I just love an enormous amount of people as much as I possibly can, unconditionally. The other muscle is when I was a little kid, I was skiing. I used to go skiing. Then I went into snowboarding because that's what was cool, but I stunk at it. So I went back to skiing, but it took a lot of guts because snowboarding is much cooler than skiing. That's what I knew. But I realized I enjoy skiing, so I'm going to go back to skiing. So that's really how it happened in my career as well. Even though I really in my values was being a really great private clinician is something I look up to, it wasn't my deepest strength.
But it sounds like you coming to that place of self-acceptance, accepting where you're excellent, has allowed you to, let's say, come to a place where you can admire the work that Shim's doing and even work with
Yeah, I feel like I get so excited that now I don't have to challenge anybody's approach. I could just find the people who belong in that approach, and that's what you need, because every person's different. So
Sarah, first of all, not to make this about Sani's specific journey explicitly, but that's an interesting kind of place to jump off of, and also, I guess, growing up into a family of people that are pursuing the same career. what's your experience around that, around, I guess, trying to shape your career in the image of maybe what you see, or trying to come to a place of self-acceptance, where you see your methodology and how that maybe contrasts with other people?
I mean, it's an interesting question, one that I don't think I've thought about in a while. I think I've also had to kind of go with the flow with what's feeling right at the time. But growing up, I never wanted to be a therapist. And I think I grew up around a lot of therapy, but my personality is somewhat, I like comfortable things. And therapy, being a therapist is often very uncomfortable because you have to be there with people through uncomfortable things. I think it's incredibly gratifying, but you have to go through that. You can't stay on the surface. So it's something that I continue to contend with, I was just talking to my nephew and I said, you got glasses, now you could see better. And he said, yeah, it's amazing. And I remember getting glasses and not liking it so much. I think I was around 16 and everything had been blurry before that, but it was kind of like that was my reality. And then I got glasses and all of a sudden I started seeing things were broken, and like one can say things were also more beautiful, but right away I said, oh, things are uglier than I thought, and I think that was a good parallel to sometimes I want to stay in just a safe place of me and my book and on the couch with my blanket, and that's it. It's like I want to, I kind of instinctively go to that place. And I think as a therapist, it strengthens me as a human being to be able to be with people. And I think because I'm sensitive and wanting to avoid, I understand the need to approach because I know where we need to get to. I have over time, I was trained also in the psychoanalytic model, very intensely. All my professors were analysts. At the time, in order to be in the program, they highly recommended that we go to analysis. I was in analysis for about 10 years. And actually, I consider my clients to be like the spiritual grandchildren of my analyst, But I really moved away from private practice more and more over time. I think I want to use my abilities in lots of ways. I think it'll be something that I come back and forth to over the course of my life, but hopefully. But for now, I also want to focus now on this new role, and I'm continuing to do consulting for YCQ. So it's just a lot, and thank God we have a busy family life, so I'm trying to juggle all of it, but that's the one thing that I'm kind of minimizing for now. And I think I'll come back to building it up at some point, but this balance is working.
No, what's remarkable what you said is that facing your kind of fear of the unknown played such a pivotal role in how you approached therapy in terms of understanding the sensitivity around things, and your brothers were making fun of you for scaring you. So that's a very interesting thing.
Yeah, and I feel as a therapist, it's one of the most vulnerable things I do in my life is be a therapist. I am, there's almost no defenses there. And I come in the room and I feel and sometimes we go to, I also like to be funny and have a good time, and and sometimes we go there and that feels like a relief. But these are very important places. I feel it's just a natural thing that I go there as a therapist. That I almost feel like my clients know me in a way that sometimes other people don't. I was trained by analysts, so I don't talk so much as a therapist. I'm doing a lot of listening. But they just, you know, it's a raw place, and that's I think how it should be.
It sounds very contrasted from what Sani's describing as like a more classical Jewish social worker in New York. It's like a very kind of, it's very, there's definitely a clear contrast there. Kiwi, where do you fall in that?
It's interesting. I think somewhere in the middle. Growing up, there was a very strong, my mother instilled in all of us in our home, like a very strong sense of mission in the world. That we're here to do something positive. We're here to affect people in a positive way. And I think that I didn't know what I would become at any point in my life. I wanted to become a dermatologist early on. That was my plan. And I think not because I cared to be a dermatologist. I think I just wanted the security that in my own mind, like dermatologists had. 9 to 5, you make a lot of money. I think I just wanted to be comfortable and safe. And that's the way I kind of saw myself. That was like the intention, and it also had to do with helping people, which was a nice thing. I think we went to school together, and you're able to, I think, reflect back on certainly how I saw myself then, my vision. I remember we had a class where they said, what would you like your therapy office to look like? And I had no intention of ever really becoming a therapist. I didn't see myself as someone capable of being that, deeply interested in being that, mostly capable, forget about interested. And so my vision that I painted to the class was a bunch of beanbags and hookah, like just a person who's hanging out, like what Sani was describing a lot, someone who's just hanging out with kids who are struggling and being there with them, loving them enough that they could hopefully get a little bit of that nurture in their lives, and it'll start them off on that journey. And I think becoming a therapist, even to this day, is still somewhat surprising to me. Like the journey of it, how much I love it, how much I enjoy like sitting with a client in that holiest of places that is untouched and is painful and is raw. Those places that Sarah like often wants to run from. I find myself running towards those spaces. And I want to share in the experience of being with another human being in that very vulnerable, raw space. And I love it there. But it's also contrasted with like a very strong voice that in the past 10 years has only become louder within me of trying to like help and serve Klal Yisrael on a broader scale. There's something beautiful about sitting with a client, and you could have like the deepest impact in their life. And you hear it, we're all therapists, so you hear from clients like this is, at times, this is the most meaningful relationship in my life. And there's nothing more gratifying than hearing that. But the idea of being a teacher, standing in front of a class and educating 20 of the next therapists within the Frum community who could go out and like really service the Klal as a whole, or taking on this project of this agency and bringing therapy to Williamsburg in a way that they don't know is even available to them, and doing it well and training the therapists well and nurturing them well is like a voice I think that has become even louder than my desire to like sit with a client in that very primal, beautiful space of therapy. And I think I do it because as a teacher I feel responsible to like teach them about something that I'm familiar with, that I'm dealing with. But I think I've become much more like Sani. Sani's always been my model in this. Like Sani, I had a great story that happened recently. I've been working with a beautiful man who's been struggling for many years. Sani didn't even know this. I don't think he even knew I worked with this guy. And really, I've been trying to help him get to a place of recovery, going to meetings and 12 steps and all that for years. I'm talking about I've been working with this man for many, many years. And then he comes into a meeting, and he's like, a meeting with me, a session, and he said, yeah, I'm going to a 12-step meeting. And I'm like, what happened? I've been encouraging this for literally years. And he said, well, I had a conversation with your brother. And in the course of an hour and a half conversation with Sani, he was able to accomplish what, in theory, I think we did it together, it was a tandem, but he was able to accomplish with that guy in an hour and a half. In an hour and a half, what I couldn't do for years. What I honestly,
I loosened it up.
Yeah.
No competition.
Yeah. Like,
Brothers.
yeah. Like literally, like I spent years trying to accomplish something, and then Sonny, the guy comes into the session and he's like, yeah, your brother convinced me that it's the right thing to do. And then I said, well, what did he say? And he told me what Sonny said. And I'm like, I said that like 100. I didn't say this to the client, but in my mind, I'm like, I said this 100 times.
You should have just handed him your shingle and walked out.
Yeah, I was about to.
You know
quit.
what? I'm done.
I'm
See
like,
ya. That's it.
and basically, I just sending all my clients to Sonny for like a short conversation, and he's just gonna fix them, which is it was a beautiful moment, but it was so telling about like just the journey, our journey together, and I loved it. I loved it much more than I felt insecure. So it out-trumped that. But I think, when we talk about like the role of therapy, to me, there's no greater space in the world than being with a person in that very primitive, holy space of their pain and their suffering, that almost always they don't have the words to express that and share it with another human being. And being that person is the greatest honor. And then doing my best to create situations where more and more of our people could experience that is wonderful. Yeah, but I think everyone here has contributed to just the journey. And I don't feel settled. I don't feel like I really know. I feel like we're all just evolving, and we'll see where it goes. I don't know.
So just in terms of, if we move past like methodology and approach, so Ellie, I would pose this to you. Like, you're the oldest in this crew, right? So you've kind of watched everybody. How do you think the dynamics, and you made an interesting point when you were talking about, when you were introducing Shim, you were talking about, as an older sibling, kind of getting used to the fact that your younger sibling is now an adult on equal ground. And, as relates this idea of therapy, it's kind of even, I'm sure that dynamic plays itself out also, right? So when does Shim get to like be on equal footing as a therapist, just like he gets to be on equal footing as an adult, right? So I'm sure that plays itself out. But what kind of dynamics do you see? How is it different? Like, even forget like just the therapist thing, but I guess as a therapist or as somebody who's kind of thinking about life, having 4 siblings, adult siblings, in the same field, but with such diverse experience, and what is that like?
So it's a wonderful experience. We'll start with Kiwi, because I think that's a good place to start. Kiwi was a learning Rebbe in a camp, and he was a star. Like, he was just something that was like amazing. And although I'm not a parent, I don't have that role. I sometimes fill that role in certain ways. And I remember that first summer when you did it, and I was so proud. Like, there was a certain feeling of, I'm proud of you. So I don't know if that's a top down, but it definitely was a parental kind of feeling of like, I'm so proud. And then he just continued and became this therapist, and he's a speaker, and it's just a lot of pride. Like, I feel very proud. In terms of Sani, I think there was a very similar kind of experience. We're a little bit closer in age, so there's a little bit of, he would do things first, and then I would come second or something like that. But there was never any ill feelings like he's better than me at this, and I'm better than him at that. It never like created like bad feelings. I think I was always like strong in what's my position, like what am I good at? What do I do? So it really was, for both Sani and Kiwi, was a real feeling of pride, of like, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of what you're doing. This is just, I'm saying it's coming straight from my heart. It's coming straight out of my mouth, because that's just the feeling. In terms of Sarah, and I just want to get to everyone because I think this is a great question to touch on. In terms of Sarah, it was such a long journey from Sarah's childhood to where she is now. It's almost mind-boggling that she is where she is. It's just the growth and the amount of pushing forward to get where you are is just something that's like, it's amazing. It's incredible. And I'm realizing everything I'm saying, I feel like a parent as I'm saying it, which is kind of
No,
the
but could I
feeling
just
that
say,
I-
as
We
your
don't
younger
see you as
brother-
a parent.
No, but it's, I don't see you as a parent. I don't.
No, I'm not a parent.
I don't, but I've always felt you as my older brother, like you looking out for me. So you weren't a parent, but you looked out for me, and that I guess has a parental quality to it, and I've always loved it.
Yeah, I do not want to be any of your parents.
No, we know. But you
That's-
also
that's
have
not
a
it.
standard, like if we're at a Shabbos meal, you'll make sure someone says some
Oh,
Torah.
there's some type of...
No, I'm saying like you have a
Yeah.
standard and not,
By the way, is everyone cool with that?
we like that, we like that.
We love it.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Anyway, so I
Well,
wanted to...
Ellie, I'm adding in here, is a little bit my Rebbe, because we probably 2-3 times a week discuss serious Jewish issues, spiritual issues. Usually I'm struggling and he's helping me with this experience. But yeah, I don't see you as a parent, but a little bit La Rebbe, I think. You can go out this show.
How does that play out with like the competitiveness of being a brother? Like when like one of the brothers is, when Ellie's kind of like in an authority role, and yet there's a natural competition, or maybe there's not. I don't know.
Okay, so for me, I could say until I was able to beat him in an arm wrestle, we were still competing. But then after that, for some reason, we don't compete anymore because I'm already stronger. That was the end. For some reason, we weren't.
Well, he's a lefty. That's why.
Yeah, but I was supposed to beat him. Made it lefty. That's a lie.
Lefty, righty.
Yeah, you didn't beat him lefty.
And it was also in public.
I started smoking pot when I was 14. Then I moved on to pills and finally heroin. Anything to say hi. I supported my habit by selling drugs to my friends. Sometimes I've done pretty well, and sometimes I've had to live out of my car. Someday, I might overdose, and they'd probably find my body under this bridge. Or someday, I might find help. Someone to give me strength. For me, that someone was Amudim. My father couldn't take another day of me living like this, and he connected me to them. Amudim set me up in the proper rehab facility, which gave me the skills to live drug-free. Amudim saved my life. Amudim means pillars. When I needed it most, Amudim was the pillar of support for me. Now, I am a pillar for myself. Thank you, Amudim.
So Shim, what's that like for you coming from your?
Ellie didn't do shimmy. I'm just saying.
No, I don't want him to feel left out.
I'm curious.
As his authority figure, yeah. Okay.
Curious.
I was gonna let you talk, but Ellie wants to talk.
Ellie, sure, yeah.
It's much more important for him to say nice things about you.
You know what? We're gonna give you a choice. Do you want to talk or do you want to listen?
I'd like to listen to
You are the youngest, so you might as well absorb.
Always absorbing. I didn't mean to cut off Ellie. I want to hear what he has to say about Shim.
No, this is, for Shim, it's a very special thing. I mean, I think I said it before. I think I was talking about it before. But he's a lot younger. And it was a real gap. And I think, I don't know when it happened, but it sort of caught up. It sort of, I started listening to Shim and being like, hey, that might be a good idea. So like, it started like, it hit a point where I was like, I really think you have a lot to share. That's good stuff, you know? So that was a turnover that happened at a certain point. But I think that's what I wanted to share.
So what is it like for you, Shim? Now I'll let you talk. Let your older siblings will let you.
Well, I'd like to say a disclaimer before I start. I love all my siblings, so.
But which one the
most? Don't say but. Say and. No, and. Go with the and. Let's just say it definitely took a while for me to grow into myself. It was a bit of a difficult start, I'd say. I struggled very much growing up thinking that I would amount to something in life. I'll be open about it. I'm sure you guys know that. And seeing my family members go into fields and just becoming successful and becoming great at it just kind of lowered me down even more. It was very intimidating. And it took me a long time to really find a voice. And I followed through, through the social work path. And I actually had a practice for a bunch of years. I was working for clinics, like 4 years. Didn't like it. I didn't like it, and I was still struggling. There was a part of me that wasn't open. I hadn't cracked my shell open yet. And I went through a bunch of jobs, working in home care agencies, management roles. I left, and people in the family, were like, "Good for you. You never wanted to do it." And my family's always behind me, like every one of you guys. Like, there's no questions asked. Just so supportive. I love you guys for that, really. And but then COVID hit, and I lost my job like overnight because I worked for an adult day center, and all the elderly people had to go back home. They shut down these centers all across America, which kind of forced me back into my fallback, which is private, to go back into counseling. It's what I have a degree in, and I had a very tough relationship with my degree because I have all these siblings that are just amazing. And who am I? What do I have to offer? I got a teacher to teach me this form of therapy under the primal scream. And this kind of counseling is totally wild. I mean, it's formatted, and it's like rough and tumble on the mats. You don't go through a lot of conversation getting someone to go to their emotions. You literally just like push them off a cliff, right into their emotions. And I love it. I really, really love that form of therapy. And it's really like, and my clients are experiencing my honesty with appreciating this form. I don't think I appreciated one session I had when I first started doing counseling. But either way, I've kind of finding myself in this, and it's phenomenal. I don't do it with all clients because some clients can't handle being smacked in the face by their emotions. That's the truth. Severe depression, severe anxieties, like when it gets too severe, you kind of have to lower them down a little slowly, but with the same concepts. So I'm still working within this primal scream technique, and it's been great. And I feel like I've grown into this family. In a way that, like, not because I joined the ranks, but because I finally maybe feel comfortable and with you guys. And I feel when I talk to Sani about my cases, I feel like he's listening and respecting it. And when my sibling, like everybody's just been behind me and respecting me, and it's just I could say that counseling has really brought me to be a part of this family. I've learned about it, and I've learned about myself doing it. Yeah. So.
It's such a powerful thing, that, it's interesting that COVID brought you to that, but...
yeah, who would have thunk?
But what's interesting is that there's a parallel to Sani's process, which he blames on Kiwi, and his self-acceptance.
Just to make him feel bad.
Right? That's fine. that and fixing his long-term clients for him. It's always good for the ego. But what's interesting is this kind of parallel process that you're on. I don't know if you if you kind of look at it from a helicopter view, where like Sani's getting comfortable with himself, and that allows him to be comfortable with you, and you're being comfortable with yourself, and Sarah was talking about her transition from as going from analysis to doing the work you're doing in schools, and Kiwi transitioning to kind of klal work, as you called it. It's an interesting thing that you guys are it all seemed very interrelated, kind of all in this journey. So there's a lot of topics we want to talk about. I feel like we touched on so much, but one of the things that Shim kind of segued to, and maybe we could use this as like a last segment, but people are dealing with a lot of stuff right now. COVID, you talk about COVID and how COVID for you was an opportunity maybe to express a part of yourself that you had shut down, which is amazing and wonderful and inspirational, but COVID has also brought all manner of suffering to many people. And there was the first phase of it, and then things kind of got very quiet, especially particularly here in the Northeast, and now we don't know where we stand, and we don't know where things are going, and they're talking about shutdowns in New York City. And so I think it'd be meaningful if you guys would each share a little bit about, we don't have like all the time in the world, but I guess, maybe what you've learned from COVID and what you're doing to kind of take care of yourselves. And even if you want to throw in something you have observed amongst yourselves, like maybe some of the ways in which you admire each other about the ways that you've handled, I guess, the last 9 months. Maybe something that other people out there can kind of learn from, each of you, instead of bragging about ourselves, but kind of taking the opportunity to brag about your siblings, which is much easier. It's much easier to brag about our siblings than it is about ourselves. So I guess we could start with Ellie, because Shim just went and Ellie went.
So my work as working with couples, working with young adults, like between the ages of 18 and marriage, I like to call myself a relational therapist, like a therapist that is working on relationships, how people relate with themselves, how they relate with other people, how they relate with God. This is the general. When COVID hit, I never saw it so clear. It became something very clear to me that this is what we need. We need clarity in our relationships, and in those relationships, what I was talking about, with ourselves, with other people. In terms of the way it affected our family immediately, COVID is that Shabbos, like going to people's houses, going to siblings' houses, it wasn't fluid. Some people were being more strict than others, and there was no movement. And as much as no one was doing it on purpose, because you're just trying to protect your family, protect whoever it might be, there still is a sense of, I'm all alone. It's just me and my family. And it was something very, very painful, especially when you live in Toms River, which is pretty far out there. But the relational piece was something which is this. So I actually, during this time, for my own comfort, I was putting out like messages, and most of the messages I was putting out were messages of hope and connection and connecting to whatever we do have. I personally went through this kind of experience where I started connecting to nature. I got a hedger, I got things to work outside. I started like wanting everything to look right. It was just my connection to something, because I couldn't connect to people. Of course, davening by yourself, with your talis and tefillin in your living room, was another experience that wasn't simple. Like, we want to say we have this direct relationship with Hashem. It's not so simple. It's nice if you go on a hike or something like that, but when you have to do it day in and day out, how do you keep that relationship? Did we ever focus on that? How do we have a relationship when everyone in the family is on top of each other, and a husband and a wife are in the house together with all their children? trying to make sure kids are on phones or on gadgets to keep them in school. This affects relationships. That's in an overstuffed kind of way, as opposed to being underwhelmed when it's other parts of the family. So during this experience, I thought more about my siblings. I definitely thought more about what's my relationship with them. I missed them more. It was something that was a very new experience to me, to have family members that live so close, and yet I miss them so much. But I had conversations throughout this whole time. I was speaking to some of my brothers. I spoke a lot with Sani, speaking about that we're therapists. We have a special relationship of being able to be in the dark together. I think that would be a good description. Like, when you can look at things dark together and kind of look at it. So that was something that we were able to maintain on the phone and like that. So that was something special. And I connected more with family, like in South Africa, with my sister in South Africa, because it didn't make a difference if you're in New York or you're in South Africa. So I just started connecting. And interestingly, also my client base started being from almost all over the world, like England, Israel, other parts of America. It was just amazing. Like, it just opened up something completely new. So that's my experience.
Wow. Sir, what's it been like for you?
I mean, it's been a crazy time. I mean, it's like this crazy social experiment where you take every normal thing in your life out of it, and then what happens? So I remember in March, on Sunday mornings I get a text on my phone, tells me how much I've used my phone in the week, and it's like, it's like the shame. I'm looking at my phone, it's like, you used your phone 70% more this week than you did the previous week. And I think it was like a direct correlate of how I was feeling, because it was like, what are the numbers now? And just anything to distract the fact that normalcy has been dropped out of my life. So it took a while till we got back on our feet. For me, it took a while to get back on my feet, just to not going to work normally. Or what also happened is that the work-life balance got totally messed up for almost everyone. And I talk to people now that are working remotely, and like life and work totally bled into each other. Another amazing thing that happened, I think, is that, Sani often talks about this, like the whole fallacy of normalcy, like we all strive to be normal, but none of us are actually that normal, and it's like a cognitive distortion that we all keep reaching for normalcy. And I think during COVID, I remember just sitting outside Shabbos morning, and I'm a friendly person, but so people are walking past and like, hi, Shabbos, how are you? And like people would stop and really talk, like, I'm doing horribly. That's what people would say. And for a moment I'm like, oh, like this is different. We're just supposed to say good, and how are you? Good, great. And then like, what are you doing about carpool next week? And then we move on, but like people really stopping, and it became like a ritual that people would just walk by each other's houses and actually talk to each other. So I actually found that to be a very wonderful thing. And I'm almost like, I would be sad to see that go, because I think we all felt more comfortable in that space, like just being real and not having to pretend behind anything, really.
And it wasn't embarrassing anymore to get unemployment. You know what I mean? It's like, you got unemployment? I did too.
My perception is that the field of helpers, mental health professionals, are like, we're in our own little bubble in this circumstance, because like everyone around me has had that experience that you're describing, just so busy, so much work to do. So like, almost like, I feel like the universe got a break and I missed out on it.
But I think there's a relief. There's a relief in, because there's so much anxiety with what's happening. There's like a relief that I could distract myself from myself. by being of service to others. And I'm finding that like when I'm only stuck in my own mind, it's pretty horrific time. Like the second you go in and you're like, how am I doing? The answer is like not so pleasant, like not great. This is hard. I miss this. We haven't been able to do this. We haven't been able to do this.
Oh man, I love you, brother.
I love you, man. We haven't been able to do this as a family with our kids, with our spouses, and it's horrific. It's not okay. It's really, really not okay.
And, you know, I work with a lot of elderly people for Integrity Senior Services, and it is really hard talking to one individual after another, how much they're suffering from isolation and loneliness. Right. And I want to do so much more. They just don't. A lot of these people have lost everybody. There's so many single elderly people in New York. I didn't even know they're flooding. Cases are flooding in. They're questioning their own existence. Wow. They're questioning whether they want to be alive anymore. People are calling into the hospital. So I just want to say that, like, you know, I meant to say this earlier, that I just hope that if anybody has a neighbor or someone they know on their block, it doesn't matter what religion, what anything, like, just try to do something to just say hi, show them your face, knock on the door and say hi, how you been? It is a question of life and death a lot. This COVID has really done a lot of damage to the world, especially for elderly. But for young people, it's actually done some great things. A lot of people have switched careers because of this, like me. I mean, it did something really good. Also, the nonstop energy, like you were saying, it stopped. The buzz of Manhattan, it just stopped. You go to Manhattan now, it's like not happening. It's sad, but it's just everything slowed down, and it gives you time to breathe and time to reconnect to people you love. Obviously, even over the phone, but also reconnect with yourself. I think it's been a really good time of introspection, but you know, there's good and bad to this whole thing, and I hope it ends soon. That's all I'm saying.
Once we're on this topic, I just wanted to say one coping skill that I felt was helpful to me through COVID, and COVID's still going, at least in some parts of New York, was, so my wife Elisheva, she has a marketing group. She has a marketing company, and what she has taught me is how to really reframe something that could be completely non-user friendly, and to make it the most user-friendly possible thing. And I think what I did, that I used it on a personal level, and during COVID, when I was in my pajamas for 6 months straight, just about, I think, something like that, I just kind of was trying to find what's the beauty in COVID. Like, what is the beauty of just being in the house, just being able to appreciate your family while all these annoying things were happening? Like, school kept on trying to go. Like, I don't know, like they didn't give up. But I still tried to like maintain like a reframe. Like, there's a different experience. We never experienced this before. How could it be positive? How can we make it work? So I just wanted to share.
I'm getting anxiety just talking about COVID. I'm really, my brain is racing on all the different thoughts I have on COVID, because there was so many different groups of people I work with and how it affected them differently, including myself and my family. But the most fascinating thing in the beginning, as I run our place, so one of the things I noticed in the beginning was all the guys were hanging out with each other and ignoring any of the rules of COVID. So we decided to go out being, careful and stuff, and giving them food every, a couple days a week, and we were running around, and it was really special. But the fascinating thing about it was the teenagers were thriving. The addicts were thriving. What happened is that all the adults and, well, I guess more normal people have gone into hiding, they started gathering together against the law and everything, but they're gathering together in these big groups and having these communities, and there was no expectations on them anymore. So it was, I call it the second summer. They were just enjoying themselves, and they were having a great time. It was like, oh, who's getting depressed? And, you know, they actually started getting depressed again when things started opening up again. And the healthy ones went back to work and started doing their lives or back to school. And then they were left alone, meaning the addicts and the ones who were really struggling. So that was the first thing I noticed. And my biggest focus is the village. Like, you have to, like, the village is where we get our coping from. We originally get it from our family, and then ultimately we get it from our family and our village, and it takes a village to raise a child. My sober living is called Our Village. The idea, our place is like a village. That strength for the young people was phenomenal. They developed a village during this experience. They found each other. On the other hand, I'm looking at all my neighbors and clients that are calling me from the outside, and the adults, the ones that depended on getting to shul and going to a bris and going to a wedding and all that stuff. And that whole part, their village fell apart completely. And I watched my friends, depression, anxiety, clients with like addiction has gone up with the adults, and people were just completely and totally isolated to the point where the little bit of coping they had was falling apart. I was fascinated. There was some people that were like so desperately trying to kind of break the rules just to get to shul or something. And I didn't see it as a religious experience, even though maybe they were seeing it as a religious experience. I was seeing it as, we don't survive on our own. We don't. We think we do until we notice that everybody else is gone. And then, like, the experience that Sarah's talking is like, all of a sudden you're walking down a block and it's like, person. And I kind of started understanding that idea, like, the worst punishment you could get in jail is solitary confinement. Like, just to not have another human being, it just drains us of everything inside. We have nothing inside. So that experience has been really tough. Plus, my sober living almost closed down, and it made me get on this mission more, this idea that we need to create the Jewish community into a village, and this is how we help addicts, this is how we help people struggling. It just, like, I always was fighting for this, but now I've never felt more sense of mission, that, like, it's so obvious to me that we need to make villages within the village, we have to create such a strength of our neighbors. I mean, say this thing, like, I went to this seminar for parents recently, and and all these parents are dealing with kids that are struggling. And one parent came to me and said, I came to this weekend, and I thought I was the only person struggling, and half my block was there. They were all just showed up, and I know them all. I see them all, and I had no idea that all of them were struggling. And all this stuff highlights that we have developed this idea that we're all supposed to be normal and we're supposed to be perfect, and we're not. All that does when you're not vulnerable to your community is that you end up losing your community. So I feel like COVID really highlighted this idea of how much we need each other, and stop acting like we got it together. No one's got it together. So I for myself, even though I felt anxiety and depression and all that stuff throughout this experience, it's given me a real drive to, like, up what I'm doing and creating more of a village, and, you know, working with more people and trying to, like, create something special. So I'm going on, but it has really, really inspired me to move forward. I also need a vacation.
Okay, so Kiwi, this was just to close it out, this was your brainchild, this little gathering. It was your idea. So I thought if you could just close it out by sharing with us, what did you learn from this? What's your observations about this, like, conversation?
I'm so glad that Hashem implanted this idea in my mind when they reached out and said, "Do you have a thought?" we're doing this wonderful thing for Amudim and something interesting. And I said, I think it's really interesting that we have the bottom 5 siblings are all therapists. And I don't know if I wonder what it's like. I keep thinking, what is it like for the observer to be in this room during COVID, during all this time of separation, is just lovely. That's all. I just love being here. And I'm not so interested anymore in how the observer sees this. Spending time with you and being in this space, I'm so glad that Amudim provided us with this opportunity to just express our care and our love and affection and appreciation of one another. Each and every one of you guys are just the most precious people in the world to me, and I know that you all feel that way about all of us. And just to be in this space is, it's a gift. It's a gift during a real time of struggle. And I hope, for those who are watching this, I hope that you take a moment and make a call, like Shim was saying, either to a neighbor or certainly to the people that you know you care about, that you know care about you. Take a moment to be in this space with one another, because it's really what we have. I think COVID taught us anything, that there are few things that are so near and dear to our heart, and that's our loved ones, that's our community, it's our shuls, it's our relationship, our personal relationship with our spouses, with Hashem. And we need to be in this space. We just need more of this, and I don't want it to end, because I just want to continue to stay in this space together, you know.
All right, so I want to thank all of you. It was really nice. That was really special. Thank you for sharing with us as I guess, representing the audience. It was really nice. It was really special that you guys were willing to share, yourselves and your experience. I think it's heartwarming. And I guess just take a moment to acknowledge the cause that we're doing this for. Everyone took out time to come for an amazing cause. Amudim is doing remarkable work. Miriam Lankry and Sweet Luck and the entire Amudim team really doing remarkable work. So it's definitely worthwhile, and really appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this remarkable event. Thanks for tuning in support of Amudim. A couple weeks ago, my name is Menachem Poznansky, grateful to be here. Amudim is an organization that I'm very familiar with from my work throughout my career. And so the opportunity to give back and to try to give a little bit to the organization is wonderful. So I'm joined.
And you love attention.
Yes, and I love attention and
right.
hearing the sound of my own voice. So hopefully my friend here will let that happen. So I'm joined here today by my friend Alex Rand. Alex and I have known each other for
since we were infants, I think.
And Alex is a remarkable clinician and a professor and
there's more.
All sorts of other stuff. Yeah,
you do your homework
lecturer.
Beforehand.
Yeah, and I myself am a social worker, and I run a program called The Living Room, which supports young people, young adults, young people, Jewish young people who are in recovery. And I've done some other stuff also. But anyway, so we're really thankful to have the opportunity to hang out, the opportunity to sit and talk and schmooze and hang out, and also talk about maybe something that's valuable and important, and it was really exciting, I think, for both of us.
Yeah,
So-
I definitely, like, there are organizations that when they call, you try to respond. Amudim is one of them. I think the organization speaks for itself in terms of the work that they're doing. They're probably already a household name at this point.
Yeah.
People know who they are. It's the address that you go to when you need help.
So what we thought about talking about today is kind of like two topics. So I wanted to just jump right in. Alex, you and I talked, and something that we have similar interests in, but maybe come at from slightly different angles, is the use of spirituality as a tool for healing and personal development. I guess specifically within the context of psychotherapy, but also outside of that, just in our own personal development. And then we're hoping to kind of touch on addictions and stuff like that toward the end, maybe as an example of how that's done. So if we're just going to jump into kind of that theme, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, we can start. I think I think anyone that grows up as a therapist, this is a question you're going to struggle with, which is, where does religion or spirituality fit into the practice and helping clients? And I'm not a rabbi, so I'm really not a rabbi.
Right.
I think that for any religious Jew, the question is like, okay, so how do I balance the two? Psychology, I want to keep to, my religion, my beliefs. Can I utilize that in therapy? Could a client benefit from it? If I believe that this is something that, let's say, guides my whole life, then how could I keep that out of the therapy room? So I think neither one extreme of being a rabbi and making it all about Judaism, and not the other extreme of let's leave it out. It's finding that balance.
So I guess what you kind of mean by a rabbi is kind of somebody who's helping somebody to explore and expand upon their religious practice or their religious beliefs, which is not the only role of a rabbi. But as a therapist, as a mental health professional, as a counselor, as somebody who's working with other people, and then even in the outreach capacities that we've been involved in, the context always is, okay, so how can I assist this person in utilizing their faith in a way that's going to inform their growth?
Yeah.
And also in a way that's a part of the process. One of the things that struck me a long time ago, and I think has been part of my personal growth, and I wonder for you what your experience is, but it almost seems like if you come from an Orthodox or observant background, a vibrantly Jewish background where faith is a big part of your early life or just a part of your life, if that doesn't come into the room in therapy, it's almost like it's almost a liability. It's almost like a problem.
Yeah, there's like an elephant in the room almost. So I think you have, unfortunately, people that, are therapists, and probably myself even when I started out, that are afraid of it. Like,
Right.
oh no, like I don't want to I'm not telling my client, you have to keep Shabbos. So then how do I react at all? And so like, again, being pulled to the extremes of like, I'm not going to tell them what to do. I don't want to ignore this though. How do I kind of bring it up? And I think the living room probably, not that we're promoting the living room here, although we're promoting the living room.
Right, it's all about the living room, yeah.
Yeah, this is probably a huge piece.
The interesting component, right, is in the living room, there's an outreach aspect to what we're doing. We're trying to create space for young people. We're not doing ongoing care. It's not treatment. It's not like the work that I've done in my private practice or the work that you do in private practice. But as a clinician or as a social worker, you're dealing with people, you're dealing with people that are, trying to emerge out of a place of active, acute addiction. They're trying to reclaim their lives. If they're coming from a background of kind of vibrant faith or a faithful type of community, their religion is a big part of their life. And it becomes a really meaningful part of the work to explore those things. Mm-hmm. Now, one of the, as we were talking, I was thinking one of the core principles, let's say for somebody who's not familiar with psychotherapy and not familiar with the kind of core principles, particularly of social work, let's say, but not exclusively to social work, is the idea of self-determination, right? The idea that we really want to allow our clients to have their own determination of where they're going to go and how they're going to go. And there's a balance, I think, in all areas of our lives, where on the one hand we want to encourage our clients to move in a place that's positive and healthy for them, and what we believe is in their best interests. But on the other hand, we also want them to grow in the way that's true to themselves. And when it comes to religion, I feel like that is a really interesting there's a really interesting back and forth that occurs. Like, where am I crossing the boundary of self-determination?
So if a kid comes to you, let's say 19-year-old kid comes to you and says, I'm struggling with, let's say it's an addiction or different mental health issue, depression, anxiety, and says, maybe, if I just increase my religious observance, I become more frum. I used to be more frum. I was in yeshiva. I kind of dropped some things, and I'm wondering if this is kind of what's leading me there. Maybe if I become more frum, then I'll feel better.
Right.
What's your position as a therapist?
Yeah. So there's a few ways I can answer the question, because part of it depends on, and I think this plays out not just for therapists. I think it's important in life. One of the things I've learned from being a therapist is that you're always asking yourself two questions. One is, who is my client? Meaning, who am I serving here? And the other one is, what is my role? Right? So even as a clinician, as a therapist, as a social worker, I'm oftentimes playing multiple roles in multiple relationships at different points. So the answer to that question sometimes relates to, what's the role that I'm currently in? Right? What place are we at in treatment? So I think that's an important component to kind of think about for parents, for family members, for friends, and definitely for clinicians. Like, okay, it's not, there's no direct answer, but I think one of the really important frames that I've come up with to understand is that religious practice is inherently therapeutic, but it's not therapy. And there's a separation between things that are therapeutic and there are things that are therapy. And oftentimes when people replace the therapeutic for therapy or misassociate those things is oftentimes where you see dysfunction emerge, and oftentimes where you see them kind of start to develop those really unhealthy attachments. And that's not exclusive to religion, because there's many areas of life that are therapeutic. Physical fitness is incredibly therapeutic, but it does not take the place of therapy. Now, for someone who doesn't need, let's say, treatment, it can be very therapeutic to be very involved in physical fitness, and it might be enough.
Are you involved in physical fitness?
Not at all, and COVID is like a terrible...
What COVID? Were you involved before COVID?
I have the COVID-10. I mean, I go through ups and downs.
Do you exercise? Let's just put it on camera.
Yeah, what about you?
I don't know why you're throwing the question back at me. This is not the presidential debate. So Menachem doesn't exercise, but he promotes it. Okay.
I promote exercise. I'm a big fan of personal fitness.
Anything you promote also that you don't do? Anything else you want to add to that list?
There's so many things.
Okay.
It happens to be that I'm very fortunate. My wife is, and this played through with COVID, happens to be, is that we go on at least 2 to 3 walks every day, about half-hour walks. So that's not like...
Did you make that up for
intense? This? No, not at all.
That's really true?
It's 100% true. I was telling you earlier, 9:45 every day. I do some work in the morning, and then 9:45 we take a walk for a half hour, and then later on in the day.
So if my wife watches this and then says I need to take walks every morning.
Yes.
I mean, Brooklyn's not as safe as Fivetown, so I don't know.
Now, getting back to what's therapeutic, that's incredibly therapeutic for our relationship. But if we were going through a tough patch or a rough patch, or we were navigating some of the challenging things that come up in life, to assume that would be always an effective response, for me to say to some people that are having, let's say, marital discord, just take 2 walks together every day and that's going to solve your relationship problems. It might help a lot. It might solve the problem, but it also might not do anything. And it might actually be a good way for you to avoid the problem. Now, when it comes to religion, and this is kind of where I'll throw the question back to you, there's all sorts of doors that open for obsessive compulsive behaviors around religious practice that can kind of look like arduous religious adherence, but in actuality is pathological or unhealthy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm sure that you've encountered that. So I would pose kind of 2 questions to you about that, which is like, how do you tell the difference between somebody who's like just really on fire about religion, or an aspect of somebody's life that's emerging from a place of like earnest hislavos, excitement, versus something that's really pathological, something that's unhealthy? And what are some of the things that you can kind of do to prevent those kind of things?
Interesting. So since I don't know, okay, let me take a shot at it here. Yeah. So I think there's an important, one important distinction I would look at for somebody who's perhaps being obsessive, you know, or maybe taking on too much too quickly and too extreme is, are there other areas of their life that's being impacted? Are there areas that are suffering? Are relationships suffering? Relationships that used to be important to them, whether it's family or friends. Are they not functioning, you know, let's say in a typical way, which to me is like waking up in the morning, having somewhat of a productive day, going to sleep at night? Like, is their schedule totally out of whack? I'd look for these exceptions, and I would also ask the person, some of them like an IFS perspective with parts. We can throw in some clinical words here.
Do you want to describe what that is? Because
no. They'll read a book. They'll read a book. They'll find. We don't have time to describe it. You want to know what IFS is? Read a book or come to see me. So IFS is like a theory, right? That basically, yeah.
It's great.
Quit laughing. It wasn't that funny. I'm just getting warmed up.
Okay.
It's a theory that we all have different parts to us. A self as well, who we really are, but different parts to us. And those parts sometimes have different wants or interests for us. So there might be one part of the client that is telling him or her, if you can really increase your observance, this is what's going to make you happy, like keep pushing. But I'd be curious if there are other parts that don't feel that way, or that are worried, or that are, or feel overwhelmed.
Right.
And I would want to bring those parts into the room to explore.
Wow, so let me just unpack that. It's really, really powerful what you said. So you said two things that are very, very critically important. And this was something that was kind of surprising to me, though it's kind of intuitive, is that when you observe consequences in the other areas of a person's life, that's actually usually a good indicator of whether the thing is a problem. That relates, I know, in the substance abuse world, right? How do I know if it's a problem? Well, is it causing consequences? If it's causing consequences, that's not the only way to tell if there's a problem, but it's a good way to tell if it's a problem, right? So sometimes that's, how do I know, right? It's really, so you're saying like, well, you know, is this fervence for religion, is it coming and getting in the way of other relationships, maybe even getting in the way of values that are really, are really part of that person's religious background? Let's say like being a good spouse, or being supportive and encouraging to family members, or being honest and moral about finances.
That's part of Judaism? Sorry, I think I grew up in Brooklyn.
Right.
Yeah.
So once you see those discrepancies, that can kind of give you an indication. But part of what you said that's really, really powerful is that not only is there looking for externalized conflicts that are emerging from the drive, there's also looking for internal conflicts between different parts of oneself. Right, so kind of what occurs on the outside also occurs on the inside.
Yeah,
that's what you were saying, and
absolutely.
that's incredibly powerful. That's a very spiritual idea, actually.
You like it,
right?
Can you put it in one of your books? And you can take credit for it, maybe.
I can put it in one of my books.
Yeah.
Right. The idea of like Kalim and Oros, the idea of vessels and light, and right. You kind of the outside matches the inside, right? And that's where you want to be. So it operates on that same kind of paradigm. Yeah. Wow, very powerful.
So I'm just curious, because I don't want to leave the topic of spirituality and religion without asking you.
Yeah.
Like, in your opinion, like, are you religious enough? And I want to like qualify the question, like in a way that maybe the people can understand.
Yeah.
Like, God willing, after 120, are you getting a Gadol book after you? That's what I want to know.
Well, the question is whether it's Art Scroll or Feldheim, right? So
is that the only? Are the negotiations already happening?
I mean, it's a very powerful question you're asking, because what's interesting is that as a religious person, and as a person who's like committed to living al pi halacha, and trying to fully express my Judaism the best I can on any given day, someone who cares about those things, and also somebody who values spirituality, not to separate religion and spirituality, but spirituality in the sense of like my sense of awareness and connectedness with God, in addition to kind of carrying out proper practice. It would seem like a vital part of religion is kind of always feeling like I could do more, right? But then inherent to that, which you're kind of alluding to, is I'm never feeling satisfied. I can never feel good enough, There's always more to do.
So
And
no
then-
Godel book, basically.
Right, right.
Okay.
So there's no question. I mean, I'm in big trouble. But
I think I'm going to write my own Godel book, so it'll
Right.
just be like
Autobiography,
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
right.
Because no one else knows me the way I know me. I'm hidden.
Right.
I want to make one point also that's really to me that was very helpful, and I'm going to give credit to Yitzi Horowitz for this because he really helped me understand this
Okay.
in a much clearer way, which is that if we turn to religion to make us happy, we're making a mistake. Like happiness has to precede religion. Religion is a way to take a life and deepen it in a very significant way.
Right.
Give you something a lot more than what regular life has to offer. But if depression tells you need to become more frum, I don't know if that's the answer. You know, again, might it work for some people? I can hear that and I can understand maybe it'll lead to other connections. But I think that as a general rule, I think happiness precedes religion, and then religion, I think, allows us to take our lives and bring it deeper and deeper and more meaningful.
Well, what's inherently challenging in Judaism is that happiness is part of the program, right? It's one of those obligations. We're obligated to be happy. It's actually, you know.
So there's a discussion, but there's a whole machlokus. If you want to get yeshivish with me, I did 4 years in Israel, I can do this. There's a machlokus rishonim if Hashem can command us to feel an emotion or
Right.
not. By lo sach mode, by not being jealous.
Right.
We could turn this into a shir, basically.
Right.
All
But
right.
you're not a rabbi. So
I'm not a rabbi, but I'm getting a
definitely
Godel book.
Right.
Anyway.
So-
But can God command you to feel something?
Right, that's an interesting topic, but the point is that saying that, let's say, and I know you don't mean this way, so I'm just qualifying, saying that happiness precedes religion implies as if happiness and religion are two separate things, or using the frame that I used before, saying that religion and spirituality are two separate things, is inherently flawed. There's aspects to it where there are many aspects of religion that really are not the same. They're complementary, but not the same as spirituality. And yet there are many aspects of religion that really are spirituality. So those questions are not absolutely, what's the word I'm looking for? They're not absolutely fixed. But I think the point that you're kind of driving at is that trying to become a healthy person is a vital part of really pursuing a vibrant religious life. And I think that my personal belief is that it's a requirement, right? Being an unhealthy person is inherently would make it impossible to have a vibrant and healthy relationship with God. And oftentimes when you're not healthy, it forces you to kind of devolve into a very superstitious expression of religious practice. You know, the frame that I have really come to that really is most powerful for me is the fact that religion and spirituality are not opposites, but superstition and spirituality are opposites.
Interesting.
Right? And
You're not superstitious.
I'm susceptible to thinking superstitiously, but I really make an effort not to act superstitiously and not to act from my superstition.
Have you ever opened an umbrella indoors?
I've never not opened an umbrella indoors.
Okay, you're avoiding the question again.
No, I don't. I wouldn't do those things. I don't. I'm
Right.
not. But because I've grown a certain disdain for superstition. I think the earlier times in my life I was superstitious, but I've come to see how destructive those things are, and now those things are complicated because, I want to get into again, we don't want to have a sheer, but there are aspects to Judaism that almost invite you into thinking in a superstitious manner, and I think those things, it's really critically important that you're approaching those things in a way that's healthy, and if you know about yourself that you're susceptible to kind of falling into uber superstitious patterns, that's super dangerous because you get kind of neurotic and you get very, very fixated. And also what I found is that when you approach religion from a superstitious context, God is not someone you have a relationship with. God is someone you're trying to get things out of and trying to avoid things from, right? And that's not very, very meaningful.
No.
We're kind of moving the conversation along. We thought about trying to look at this idea of the use of spirituality and religion within the context of personal development and healing in the context of addiction, because spirituality has become such a vibrant part of the recovery process, the recovery world of addictions, both in 12-step context, which I'm very involved in through the living room, but not exclusively.
Can I pause you for a second about just the living room? Who thought that brilliant name up?
Me.
Oh, Like the kitchen wasn't good enough, or the this was, I mean, this was like I guess like a real work of like creativity on your part to like
to think of
brilliant.
the living room.
Yeah, the living
room.
room.
Well, because there's actually like some underlying symbolism.
Okay, I call my practice the office.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I call my house the house.
Right.
Yeah. So you want to explain to maybe the people of.
Well, because it's about life. It's about living. It's a place for living people, and the living room is a place for people that are emerging out of active addiction. And when you're in active addiction, you're a zombie and you're a little bit dead. And when you come to the living room, hopefully after some treatment, you're ready to live a live life. So.
I'm just saying room for improvement. I'm not judging it. I'm just saying room for improvement.
I think it's one of the most, I mean, come on.
I'll sponsor new signs if you want. That's the issue. Anyway, going back, I'm sorry, I pulled you off of like a serious topic.
So if we were going to try to look at this idea of, we're talking about recovery and the different recovery models to address addiction and how they're all one of the foundations of those. And this doesn't just relate to addictions intervention, but also even like DBT is an intervention that's used for compulsive behavior and addictive type disorders, among others, acceptance-based, cognitive behavioral therapy, all those, those are all very kind of spirituality-oriented modalities, or they're related to those. So it would be really meaningful to kind of talk more specifically about addiction. So we wanted to talk about it in two frames, and I'll let you talk a little bit. We were talking about perhaps looking at the difference between like acute and chronic addiction versus like episodic, right? Because the word addiction is there's a lot of misnomer around the word addiction because people experience, I'm totally addicted to my phone, right? But that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
That can mean like, I'm a little bit too attached to my phone and I'm slightly worried about it, or like I'm so attached to my phone that I'm going to lose my job and my wife's going to leave me, right?
Is there any truth in that?
Yeah, so we'll find out. So those are two very, very different things.
Yeah.
Right. And then the other thing we wanted to talk about was the different types of addictions: behavioral addiction and compulsive behavior and substance addiction. And so if you could just speak to, I guess, some of those things.
Okay. So in terms of like what you mentioned, I think is a very valid point about like the terms being thrown around. I think we do that with a lot of terms today. I'm bipolar because I was in one mood in the morning and I feel differently in the afternoon.
Right.
You're schizophrenic. I mean, people throw terms out that like, they're clinical terms, there's meanings behind them, but they've become almost like household words, and you see teens really throwing them out. So I think the word addiction itself, I don't know that it has any clinical meaning to it. I think that when you diagnose an addictive disorder, it's a substance use disorder. The word addiction doesn't turn up. And really, I think it goes back to a point you made earlier, which is, if you want to know if something's a problem in my life, is it significantly impacting my functioning? Is this getting in the way of the things that are important to me in my life? So usually for kids, we're talking about school and relationships. And for adults, we're talking about work and relationships. Is this impacting them? Is my job in jeopardy? Is a relationship in jeopardy as a result of it? I think we're sometimes a little too quick to diagnose addiction and say, oh, this person's an addict. Let's just get them into treatment. Let's get them to the highest. Let's send them to rehab.
Right.
And maybe we're compensating because we haven't done that in the past. Maybe in the past we swept it under the rug, so now we're kind of going to the other end. But it is important to make a distinction. And I think that each person really needs their own assessment and to see, okay, where did this behavior start? How far has it gone? What consequences are there of the behavior? Have you tried to stop? Is the behavior getting more repetitive? Is it getting better? So these are a lot of questions that we want to ask before we throw out that term.
So overdiagnosis as relates teens. I think this is an area that's very complicated for the points that you made. So like people experience dependency, which is kind of like an unhealthy attachment to a certain substance, maybe not at a level that's drastically impacting their lives or impacting their lives in a way that's kind of ongoing. And other people experience dependency in a way that's much, much worse. When you have like teenagers, for example, so there's the individual and then there's the problem. So let's say when it comes to teenagers by nature are compulsive, right? They're by nature, they tend to get into habits, they're habitual about how they carry out things. So differentiating between a teenager that's abusing substances but suffering from depression and a teenager who's overly compulsive and maybe has ADD who's using substances and a teenager who's encountering addiction is almost impossible. Right?
Very difficult.
Right, and really you're kind of working on a hunch, right, about where you're going to go with it. So teens is one of those things that's kind of really super hard. The other thing is the type of addiction, the type of dependency, like as relates technological dependencies, right? They're very, very hard because they're incredibly addictive. Our phones are incredibly addicted.
I know.
They're stimulating.
I want to check my phone, but I'm not. I'm just, for the record, I have self-control, yeah.
Right, because they stimulate so many areas of our brain. There's so much stimulation going on, auditory, visual. It's like there's so many things going on, and they're developed in order to kind of get our attention.
You have Instagram?
I do have Instagram, yeah.
Yeah, for the record, you're going to say you have Instagram?
Yeah, I use it for the work.
I don't.
That I do. Yeah, I'm very proud.
Cuddle book? None.
Yeah, exactly. And then, as relates sexual dependencies, it's super complicated. Not that this is the environment necessarily to get into that too much, but those things are complicated. So it's very hard to kind of parse out. You know, are you dealing with a chronic, acute addiction that requires intensive treatment, or are you dealing with a problem that needs to be addressed with support that can be achieved over time? You know, one of the questions that comes up often, and you know, we've kind of grappled with this on many different cases, is like, is abstinence the appropriate reaction? Is it not?
For everyone, right.
Right.
Because some people, clearly it is, but we can argue that for some people it's not.
Right, right. So, and it's not only is it not the most effective, sometimes abstinence-based interventions for certain compulsive behaviors or even addictions can be counterproductive.
Right, it'll feed it because the person's encountering all this guilt because I kind of slipped once, versus if they looked at it like, okay, my goal is to cut down on my behavior, it's an unhealthy behavior, and I'm making progress.
Right, and neurologically speaking, their association to the thing becomes shifted, and when you start to fuse in the presence of guilt and shame around that actually, and this is something that people don't necessarily understand, guilt and shame are of the most toxic emotions around addiction and dependency. Really any compulsive behavior, but very, very particularly substance abuse, because the more conflict around guilt and shame, the more uncomfortable a person is in their own skin, the more likely they are to act out.
Yeah.
Right? So you're just, if you're addressing a problem from a context that's not viable or even productive, you're actually inviting in addiction. You know, there have been cases where, and I wonder what you would say about this. It's all a hunch with these things. I think that's kind of part of what we're getting at. Like, I don't know if it's trial and error as much as like you have to work from the hunch that you have and then go from there. But there are many cases where I feel like, I don't think this person was an addict. And I think the intervention that was used almost made them into an addict, made them addicted at a level that's diagnosable, that becomes primary. And that's a very, very kind of sad occurrence.
There is a risk. You know, when we pathologize people take on they take on the labels, especially people that are used to taking on labels in their life. So they get told enough times that you're something, so then it's almost like, okay, I guess I am. And if I am, then the behavior goes with it.
Right.
I might as well, almost, like, this is who I am. And I think we need to be very careful.
Okay, so you're talking about like a sense of self-identity. Right.
Right, but I think that can come from a treatment provider, right? You know, or you know, it could be any leading figure in a person's life, anyone they respect. You know, you're told over and over again by people that you respect that you have this issue. Even if you don't have the issue, at some point you're going to buy in.
Right, right. So that's one challenge. The other challenge that I was kind of driving at was, right, so you have a person who's lost and struggling with a certain compulsive behavior, and then the treatment approach is such that the person is either not viable or not appropriate, and therefore the person continues to relapse in the compulsive behavior again and again and again and again, and every time they relapse, there's a new shame cycle, which then causes more relapse, and then eventually you have like a real shift in neurologically. And now, whereas in the beginning it was really more of a troublesome compulsive behavior, and now it is kind of morphed with all of that kind of dysfunction into something very, very destructive.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tzvi Gluck, the CEO of Amudim. At Amudim, we help individuals and families in crisis regardless of their background and regardless of what crisis or trauma they are suffering from. We help people deal with the devastating consequences of sexual abuse, overcome destructive addictions to drugs, alcohol, and many others, as well as providing support and care to individuals living with mental health issues like depression and anxiety, which, when left untreated, can lead to complete breakdowns and even suicide. Over the years, as the number of these cases has sadly grown, Amudim has been there not only for the individuals and their families, but for the communities at large. We have dealt with these issues in almost 400 communities around the world. The work that we do now spans the globe in over 40 countries. It doesn't matter where you live, Amudim is here for you. Now it's time for every community to step up and be there for Amudim financially, so that we can be there to help the members of your community in their time of need. Unfortunately, the issues that Amudim deals with exists in every community. We see it every single day, and we all need to work together to take action. So please help us right now and donate what you can. Every dollar counts. It's hard enough that our clients and their families have to go through these traumas. They don't have to do it alone. Please help us help your community today. Let's do this together. Let's unite to heal. Thank you.
A person really wants to be careful about orthodoxy, right? Which is funny because we're Orthodox, right? So we Orthodox.
Me a little more than you, but yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Right? For your sake, right? Unfortunately for me.
Yeah.
So we identify, let's say, as part of an Orthodox community. Even the term Orthodox, right? Which is it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing to kind of say you're Orthodox. It means I believe in something and I'm ardently trying to keep to it. But Orthodoxy has its own kind of negative connotation. And I think that has expression both in religious context, as we were talking about earlier, but then also in intervention.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And how we manage orthodoxy, I think, is really a critically important thing for us. For us as
I think it's a
people.
core part of our identity, and therefore it's going to play a role in anything that we do. In terms of how we view it, what our feelings are towards it, what it brings up in us.
And what are the ways that you would differentiate between like a healthy orthodoxy and an unhealthy orthodoxy? Aside from like consequences, like even within yourself.
So I think also that, I'm sure I've heard this from somewhere. I hope I didn't make it up, but I think that the way I understand Judaism, or one of the ways I understand Judaism, is that for it to be healthy, there has to be a primary drive of I want to do this, I have an interest to do this, not that I am forced to do this, I must do this. And to me, that's one of the big signs that I look for. There are times where obligation comes in, I don't want to, I'm tired, I'm lazy, I'm this, I'm that, and I push myself. But if that's my predominant experience, is that I'm pushing myself and I really don't want, and I'm waiting for davening to end, and I'm waiting for Yom Tov to be over, and I'm waiting for I just want to get out, I want to do my thing and get out, to me there's something lacking. And versus a person who has a natural drive and interest towards it, the way we're taught is that, Yiddishkeit Judaism is something that really enriches our lives. It shouldn't be something that we're running away from.
Okay, so not to put you too much on the spot, even though you've returned the favor plenty, but so as a mental health professional, not taking the responsibility of answering from a rabbinical perspective or having to worry about being an apikars, right? But as a mental health professional, what would you say to somebody who's saying well, I'd love to be interested in this, but I'm just not, and therefore I feel forced? How would you counsel somebody to kind of shift that dynamic?
So I'd send them to Menachem.
Send them to me?
Yeah. A fair question. So we
expert deflection. That was very good. I have to tell you.
You don't know the answer either, you're saying.
I put you on the spot, so you put it right back on me.
Fair enough. I have other questions I'm going to ask you, like in calculus or something. You'll have no idea how to answer.
Yeah.
So I think that we go back to some of the things we spoke about earlier. Like, what's my role? I am clear with clients that I'm not a Rav, and that halakha questions should be directed to a Rav, but I can talk to you about psychology, and I can talk to you about, some of the meaning that religion can hold, or, benefits of it. But if somebody's not there, I'm not going to in any way pressure them to increase their level of observance. My belief would be...
But what if they want to, but let's say you were to get to a place with a client where it's like, I know that he knows, you know that he wants it. He wants to want it for the right reason.
Then the right environment.
But
I think we have, thank God, we have Rabbanim, we have programs, we have people that have a much healthier approach than maybe what some of these kids or adults were exposed to. And I think if we could expose somebody to like a healthy dose of Judaism, then
so you're saying that your role, let's say, from a psychological perspective, would be helping open the door for that person to understand there are other places where they could be.
Yeah, even I'm just thinking as we're talking, there's I'm not promoting it or taking responsibility, but there's something called Project Makom in the city, which is kind of like a program that helps people that grew up from and that are struggling, and they have services and they have supports, and I've sent a number of clients to them and they found it really helpful. And maybe this is stuff that isn't always going to get we're not going to have enough time to discuss in the therapy room, and some things border on things that maybe are not appropriate for therapy.
Okay, so let's say we take it out of therapy, because therapy is complicated because we have a certain moral responsibility within the room, within the context, to stay within our role. What about if your friend came over to you, said, Alex, I see, you're a spiritual guy, you're a therapist, I'm struggling to experience my religion in a way that's spiritual. Let's say, if we were to frame it that way, it's become very dogmatic and negative. I'm not looking for a schmooze. I'm not looking for a nice vart. I'm looking for some concrete advice. What would be some things that you would tell someone to do? Or
it has to be meaningful. It has to be meaningful. It has to be meaningful to the person. It can't just be theoretically meaningful. We have to connect our day-to-day lives to religion. It has to play a role there. So it's the belief, let's say, that Hashem is taking care of me and He's constantly in my life. That's a relevant belief day to day if I'm looking for a parking spot, or I'm struggling with something. I think connecting, and every person has to connect on where they're holding and on their own level and in their own way. It's a personal relationship, right? It's not just everyone has the same Judaism. It's each of us have a special relationship with Hashem, I believe. And I think a person has to find, so I would want them to think about where there's room in their life where their life maybe could be enhanced or deepened by incorporating religion into it.
And is that an answer that comes to you from a religious place, or is that an answer that comes to you from like an awareness of how people rebuild their lives from a psychological place?
It gets mixed, and some points I don't know, but I'm
that's just
I'm
your
thinking,
sense of things.
Yeah, maybe both. Yeah.
I mean, the answer, it resonates with me because part of what my experiences have been very kind of influenced by the ideas of, let's say, Viktor Frankl around meaning, right? Which is a very personal kind of thing. One of the, I think, most striking episodes in Man's Search for Meaning, which is Viktor Frankl's book about his experience through the Holocaust.
This is Menachem looking intelligent. I can quote books too, yeah. Anyway, keep going, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, man, you to pull all the, okay. It's the only book I've read. Just that
but
book.
You have written books.
But I have written books.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go back to Viktor Frankl and
so one of the most powerful episodes for me, and this relates to that idea. That's what I'm saying, not because he's talking about these two guys on the line. They're kind of out to work, right? And he's observing concentration camp inmates, right? And he's trying to observe. One of the premises of the book is he's trying to understand how did some people kind of maintain a sense of their own humanity, which then ultimately led to them surviving the war, sometimes physically, but even spiritually and emotionally, and how some people just lost themselves, right? And he was observing how, like, you could almost tell before someone was going to die many times, aside from like the ones that you couldn't tell because some guard decided to pick on him or whatever someday. But you could almost tell because the person had lost their sense of life. And he talks about an episode where these two old Jews, or two Jews that are walking on the line, which is hilarious because I have this picture in my head, and they would walk down
hilarious?
to work.
You're talking about a Holocaust story.
Yeah, because I'm imagining
there's no answer to that question.
I'm imagining the quintessential like Hollywood two old Jews who are like European.
Right? I hear that.
And they're walking out down the line. Right, I have a sick sense of humor. Okay,
hopefully no Holocaust survivors are watching this. All I have to say, yeah.
And they have a conversation every day. He talks about this. They have a conversation every day where they talk about how when they get out, they're going to go back to this particular ice cream store and talk about which ice cream they're going to have. Right?
That, yeah.
Right? It's such a powerful episode. And he talked about how critically important psychologically to them that was. Right? And you could look at that and be like, oh, that's so silly and so ridiculous. But it wasn't ridiculous, because one of the messages that I found in that is that was how those individuals kept their own sense of humanity. It was the deliciousness of the ice cream. It was their sense of home. It was their sense of the Heim. It was where they were from. It's how they felt connected to themselves and how they remained connected to each other. And their planning of that, their ability to kind of see outside of the circumstances that they were in, literally saved their lives. Now, that's a very subjective meaning.
Right.
That's very individual, right? Now, I'm not saying that we should all sit around and contemplate how we're going to have delicious ice cream. That's obviously,
Haagen-Dazs.
It's a metaphor. It's a beautiful,
It's
not Chav Yisrael, seriously.
Edit this out, please.
Okay, so it expresses the point in almost an absurd, that's kind of like, in an absurd, that's almost humorous way, that like even what flavor ice cream you're going to have has meaningfulness, and that relates to the person's individual self. Right, so if you want to find meaning and you're going to go try to experience someone else's relationship with God, right, you're not going to get there. Right. So if like my goal is I'd like to feel as spiritual as that guy that I admire in shul, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend to be that guy. It's like the famous story that the Satmarav, when he was at a wedding, it's a famous story. You know the story? Satmarav was at a wedding, and this badchin, this like jester, came on, and he was mimicking the Satmarav, the way he davened.
Satmarav, by the way.
Satmarav. Okay.
Rebbe, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, keep going. Yeah.
Well, if you're talking about Reveal Satmar, you're talking
it's
about Satmarav.
Good thing I'm on this.
No, I like to be historically accurate, so, but anyway, I apologize. I'm like,
back to the story.
So Satmarav, it's Reveal Satmar, right? So he's sitting there, he starts to cry. That's the way the story goes. But so they asked the Rebbe, why is he crying, right? And he said, I realized when I saw him copying me that I also copy me, right? Very powerful, right? So that's such a deep idea, because not only do we perhaps copy other people's religious fervor, we copy our own, right? Like, oh, I felt so excited yesterday, and I did this and this.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
You know, now I'm going to copy that, and somehow that's going to be the same. If I shuckle the same way, or clap at the same time, or
I think it's
sing
probably,
the same song.
I don't think it's just in Judaism. I'm thinking as being a therapist, even like I think one of the stages of growth as a therapist is no longer I want to be like that therapist. Is I want to be myself.
Right.
I don't want to just mimic and copy, because then it's not authentic. It's not me. It has to come from me.
Right.
Do you know what in your life you've mimicked from me? Just saying. Okay, I don't know if we have time for it, but
I can't think of anything.
Okay, nothing. You've learned nothing. Okay. Listen, this was the end of our friendship, and it was nice.
I guess what we're driving at is that if you want to be able to embrace a healthy orthodoxy instead of avoiding kind of an unhealthy orthodoxy, it's being open to, and maybe I'll make this closing statement if you want to say something after, that's fine. But if you want to kind of avoid kind of that toxic orthodoxy versus kind of a vibrant and healthy orthodoxy, one thing is to really be, and this doesn't just relate to Judaism, it relates to interventions with clients or trying to help somebody that you care about, is be honest about what's working. Be honest about what's going on outside the person's life. Right? Be honest about what's actually playing out. Right? You can want something to be, but it can't necessarily be that. And then the other thing is be willing to embrace your journey or their journey, right? And realize that it's more of a personal journey, and you can't impose your expectations on them, right?
Right. Yeah. I think that's probably a good way to end. I certainly agree with it. And the thought that occurred to me that I guess I can end with is that just applying it to myself. This is not a sarcastic moment. This is a serious moment. But applying it to myself, where that accepting my own humanity. Sometimes you get put into this position as a therapist, and maybe you start acting like a therapist versus I'm just a regular person, kind of getting through life, doing the things that other people do, and remembering that at the end of the day that we each have our own separate journey.
And the journey of our clients, I guess, and the journey of the people that we interact with, our kids, right? And to really own that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully that was a meaningful journey for you. And it's an honor to hopefully have contributed meaningfully to an organization like Amudim. The work that Amudim does is unbelievable on a day-to-day basis. They are, like you said, they have become in many ways the first stop for many, many areas of need for Jewish families, and the way that they carry themselves out and the way that they do that, and the opportunity, I know for you in private practice, and for me on an institutional level, their excitement and willingness to work with other organizations and to kind of partner with other organizations.
An absolute pleasure to work with. A professional organization, they have the client's best interest in mind. They're to the point, they absolutely are going to do what's best for the client,
Right.
which to me is obviously something that's necessary. And yeah, and they've taken, I think they've risen to the challenge of what we need at this time, which is a hub where people can kind of call in for all mental health, substance abuse related issues and get the right guidance, not just get told like, okay, go here, do this, but personalized care. So it is an honor to contribute in any way to this organization.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Okay, thank you as well.
Welcome everyone for this amazing panel discussion for Amudim, a very important organization that is doing incredible work all across North America. I am honored to be able to be here today with Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, Ms. Allison Josephs, and Rabbi Yaakov Horowitz. Each one of them is doing incredible work in the area of outreach and helping especially Jews who have felt disenfranchised and estranged from Orthodox Judaism. I welcome Rabbi Yaakov Horowitz, who is the founding dean of Yeshiva Darchei Noam of Monsey, and also the director of Bright Beginnings. We welcome Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, who's a prominent rabbi and speaker in New York, and Ms. Allison Josephs, the founder and director of Jew in the City and of Project Makom. Welcome. It's wonderful to be able to see you all, and thank you for working together and coordinating your schedules for Amudim.
Thank you.
We are going to be speaking a little bit about, over the next few minutes, we're going to be speaking about the whole phenomenon that unfortunately has not gotten better. If anything, perhaps COVID has exacerbated this issue. The issue of many of our youth leaving the fold of Orthodox Judaism, of leaving Frumkeit, and going in different directions. And many parents are very distraught over this. Communities are distraught over this. And we're all seeking to be part of some kind of way of addressing the issue. And so I'd like to ask each and every one of you, from your experience, what are some of the root causes of children, for lack of a better term, going off the derech today? Is it even fair to bunch all those who leave our communities into one group? I'd like to ask Rabbi Jacobson if you wouldn't mind commenting first.
As you said accurately, I think it would be very unfair and difficult to put them all into one group. But I think it's important to point out some, at least some, and I'm sure my esteemed colleagues can elaborate or point actually to other elements. I think one major component has to do with sexual molestation. Even if it's not so dramatic, in my eyes or in your eyes, it may not be dramatic, but the question is the experience of the child, the boy or the girl, which can create tremendous internal dysfunction. And sometimes the parents don't know about it. They're clueless. The child himself or herself doesn't know how to process it. And by the time they reach a level of maturity where their bodies change, things in their brain become transformed dramatically. And the way they look at themselves is changed forever. As a result, their relationship to their friends, to their teachers, to Hashem, to Judaism, to their parents, to the community, to the family. This itself can happen from one extreme to another extreme. But this is very, very serious. It's very, very acute. But there is molestation of different forms: dysfunction, trauma, abuse, internal anxiety that creates situations that don't have to do with Judaism. They don't have to do with Yiddishkeit. They don't have to do with Shabbos or Yom Tif or Tefillin or davening or a relationship with Hashem or Torah and mitzvahs in general. But because the person is broken inside, they somehow cannot adjust, or they cannot live up to the standards, or they blame. It becomes a smokescreen and many other factors. So I think that is one major source.
Thank you. Ms. Josephs?
Yeah, so I would totally agree that a lot of what we see at Project Makom is trauma-based, a high percentage of sex abuse. I won't speak for people that don't come to our organization because I can't claim to know the entirety of this phenomenon, but certainly the people that we see and people that don't come to our organization, but people within our organization that have told me about some of their friends that have chosen to not stay within Orthodoxy because our group is trying to come to terms with their Judaism. In addition to the trauma, I would say the box being too small. I would say no room for questions being asked. I would say not just the learning about a fear of God, but a terror of God. Almost to the point that I've seen a lot of our members, almost like their Bechira has been removed from them. They are so just completely scared out of their minds about what might happen if they were to deviate. And yet doing mitzvos is so painful to them. So really lots of different levels of trauma, whether it's the sort of most obvious of the sex abuse kind, or what I've learned now over the years, not making room for the child to be able to say their real thoughts, to be able to have their real feelings, to not have a place to like be hugged and kissed and feel nurtured, both physically and an emotional nurture. So there's sort of many levels and layers of that. And we see, you know, it's obviously not all cases in the homes. There's sometimes abuse outside of the homes, but a lot of times the person's relationship to their parents is how they relate to God. And so if they see their parents as harsh and full of judgment and not full of love, then they see, you know, Hashem that way as well. And so it's really along the same lines of you know, the trauma idea.
Thank you, Rabbi Horowitz.
I absolutely concur with Rabbi Jacobson and Ms. Joseph. I like to think of it in really in two buckets, in two separate categories. And this is how I've been thinking about it and responding to it for almost 25 years now. There's ozvim et hadat, children or adults who abandon religion only. And then it's ozvim et hachayim, that are leaving life. And I think it's important for parents and educators to understand the difference between them and be able to help diagnose it a little better. So ozvim et hadat means that you have an adolescent or a young adult who's in college and school. They have friends, they have a social life, they're happy, they're looking forward. You know, the gears are moving forward. Just God's not part of that. So I think of that as ozvim et hadat. I think there are many different reasons. I'll share a few with you. I did many surveys over the past 23 years with youngsters who, you know, exit interviews to find out and what their opinion is. And it usually was not exactly what the adults think it is. But ozvim et hachayim is what, you know, when you see kids who are not functioning, they're not happy, they're not moving forward. They're really abandoning life. I felt for many years now that it's way over 90%, close to 100, you know, very, very high percentage is trauma related. So, and on the other hand, the ozvim et hadat, the kids who are abandoning religion, the top answers that I've gotten, it's been almost consistent over 20 years. Some of them have questions of faith. Some of them actually, it's not that they're leaving, they were never in. You know, it's not that they're abandoning religion, it's that they were never sold. You know, we make a mistake when we have 5-year-olds coming into our school, we assume that they're customers. And all you got to do is just cover ground with them. And I think many of them just weren't sold in the first place. They're just not convinced. It could be a faith issue. It could be other things. A lot of the kids, it's just not yet. Meaning they plan on settling down and leading religious lives. At 17, they're just not interested yet. Like I have some analogies. I don't want to go into all of it now, but I found a significant percentage of the kids, if you ask them, even while they're abandoning religion and not keeping Shabbos or whatever, if you ask them where would you want to send your kids to school, very often it might be 2 clicks to the left of the parents. But they eventually want to settle down. They're just not ready yet. And I think inflexibility on the part of parents, that meaning that you have a child that's clearly not cut out for X and you give them Z or Y, and it's just being rigid with them and saying that everybody's got to be doing the same thing. Poor parenting, you know, not being able to effectively parent the challenging child. There's nothing in anyone's life that prepared them to dealing with a teenager who's having a difficult time. So I think inconsistencies, by the way, was a big one. That they, you know, no society is perfect. They see inconsistencies among the adults, and you hear about that a lot when you talk to them. So again, I think there are two groups, Ozum et Chayim, Ozum et Adat, and I think it's really important that we really reflect on what the issues are and how to remediate them, how to fix them.
Thank you to each one of you. I just wanted to reflect, each one of you has commented to one degree or another on root causes of why some people leave the frum community. And each one of you points to some kind of either trauma or something dysfunctional going on in the upbringing of the young man or the young woman. And I want to provoke you for just a moment, and perhaps you can engage each other in this idea. Is it possible that there are certain people who are brought into this world who simply are not meant to fit into the frum world? In other words, even if a child had an idyllic upbringing in the most loving, caring family, the best school, the best education, is it possible that even such a child would leave the faith simply because they are themselves a free spirit? And in particular, this would lead us to, if the answer is yes or no to this question, it would lead us to come up with different strategies. Let me just give you an example. How should a family deal with a family member who has left Yiddishkeit? And there's always that concern that this young man or young woman is going to be a negative impact upon the other siblings that are around the Shabbos table. And how do we deal with that person? Does that person deserve to be distanced from the family? Or should there be a space carved out for that individual around the Shabbos table, even if they're not Shomer Torah mitzvahs? And to extend that even further, what about an entire community? Does an entire community make space for someone who's not from, or to what degree should that person be distanced from the community? To what extent should we be working on bringing those disaffected people back into Yiddishkeit versus trying to find a place for the non-observant Jew within a Torah community? And are there sufficient types of orthodoxy today to accommodate everyone who doesn't find themselves fitting into that? I think Ms. Josephs talked about the box being too small. So these are issues that we say are bigadol. So if you wouldn't mind going first, please let us know your thoughts.
So number one, it's possible that there's someone that could be born and just wasn't meant to fit into the frum world. I haven't met that person yet, but it's possible that person exists. So I think that would be foolish to say that that isn't possible. This is my sense, even for my own children. Some of my kids, well, all my kids are questioning. All my kids have, big questions, philosophical questions. But I see for one of my kids right now, they're in the middle of a lot of questions right now. And sometimes they don't feel like davening. But the way that they talk about themselves, it's like being Jewish is so part of who they are because they love where they come from. They love their family. They love what they're part of. And it's just so embedded in who they are that it's hard to imagine that there would be a break there. Now, is it possible for someone? I can't say that it's not possible, but my sense is that if you love who you are and where you come from, you want to continue that. In terms of should we distance ourselves from people who have left as a family, as a community? No, we should not. We should love our fellow Jew. We should love our family members, our children unconditionally. We should not try to parent other adults. When someone is an adult, God gave them bechira, and it's up to them to use. And people write to us sometimes and tell us at Project Makom, I have this relative or this friend, who's OTD, can you reach out to them? And we always tell them, no, we don't do recruitment. We are here for the people that are looking for what we have to offer. So the question is, what can you do? You can be a great example of a Torah observant Jew. You can be, put out loving kindness. You can be a walking Kiddush Hashem. You can be a person that engages in complicated questions and complex answers and makes room for different opinions. And maybe that will be appealing to the person that has left, and maybe it won't, but ultimately it's their decision. And I think, I mean, look, I was raised sort of with a fiddler on the roof type of idea, non-observant, but like if we intermarry, my parents would sit Shiva, even though they fed us, you know, cheeseburgers. But I don't think that that's where the world can be today. I think we have to, you know, make the tent much bigger, let people make their own decisions, and really embody what Torah Jews are, and give people the space to come back should they want to.
Thank you, Rabbi Horowitz.
So I definitely think that there are children, it's basically really small adults, you know, they have a certain personality package, that they're just contrarians, that they just, they challenge whatever they're learning. If you, whatever it is that they're around, they're just challenging. So, and you know, you asked if it comes from a perfect family. I've been dealing with a fantastic rabbi who has a beautiful family life. He has a number of children, and there's one of them that's just challenging every parsha. He calls me up every parsha that he has, the kid has like complaints, like social justice type complaints. Why is it, what's with this karbanos, and how could Avram throw a kid out of the house? You know, and he's just tearing his hair out. And I told him, I said, I think your kid has a hoichel neshama. He has an elevated neshama. I said, it's not phony. He really feels this way, and he's expressing himself in ways that are challenging. And sometimes, you know, you can't say that adults don't have these questions also. So I think there's a group of people that I wouldn't say that they're not not meant to belong in the frum world. We have to be more tolerant and give them space. That's what I meant about being rigid. I was on a panel with Rabbi Ozeri from the Syrian community in Brooklyn, at an Aguda convention Friday night. It was in the late 90s. And we were talking about teens at risk. And it was Friday night, we weren't being recorded, so we were able to be more candid. And he got up, he said something so fascinating. He said, look, folks, he's talking to everybody. He said, look, folks, I'm not going to tell you that we don't have problems with our children. Of course we do. Everybody does. He said, the one thing we don't have is this stigma thing. We don't put our children in boxes, like as Ms. Joseph said. We don't put them in boxes. He said that, we have a Beit Knesset. They have a shul. Everybody's welcome. If somebody's not observant and comes in and wants to pray for 10 minutes and walks in with, you know, with clearly coming in off the street, he's welcome. He sits next to the rabbi, nobody bats an eyelash. He said, we don't have this, we don't have these gradations, and we don't have these boxes that we put people in, so that they have a more difficult time if they're not conforming to exactly the way their family or their community is used to. So, you know, and my response to him was that I said, you didn't have the Haskalah, you didn't have the Enlightenment period. And that, I think that did make us more wary of change, and more when a child asks a question or refuses to do certain parts because they don't mean anything to him or her, we tend to extrapolate that they're not interested in religion, or they're going to wind up being non-religious completely, when maybe it's just a phase, or maybe it's something they need to talk about, or maybe it's something that really that is questionable. I mean, you know, how many of us read through Amalek and like, oh, okay, you know, like these are legitimate questions, and our greatest leaders had issues of faith, why bad things happen to good people, or vice versa. So I think to allow children, especially teenagers, to be able to talk candidly, to be able to ask the questions, like the seminaries do in Israel, right? Especially the girls' seminaries, they went for 12 years to Beis Yaakov, where they would basically, you know, taught, and then the teacher says you can ask anything you want, and they're not. We had 3 daughters who went through the, you know, they're just not accustomed to that type of thinking. So I think that's just an important piece of it.
Thank you. And Rabbi Jacobson, please.
Thank you for the beautiful, I think, and extraordinary, relevant, and powerful insights. I don't want to repeat what my esteemed colleague said, because you heard it, and we all should internalize their precious words. I would just maybe emphasize a few points and additional points. Number one, Sometimes you have extraordinary parents and beautiful homes and beautiful families who do quote unquote everything right. And yet the apple falls far from the tree. And as one of the great rabbis said, apples don't fall far from the tree when there's a regular weather outdoors. But when there's a thunderstorm, then apples sometimes fall far from the tree. So sometimes parents right away blame themselves. You know, it's our fault, it's my fault. Maybe they're right, maybe they're completely wrong. That doesn't help to blame yourself. It's very painful. You need a good support system. When you have such a child or such children, you need to be vulnerable. You need to learn to cry. You need to learn to laugh. And most importantly, the marriage has to be strong, because it's the marriage, when there's a good, powerful marriage, that can carry a family. And it can ultimately help that child and help the father and mother and the other siblings. So I would always encourage you, focus on your marriage. And very often, problems in the marriage subconsciously affect the children very deeply. Sometimes it's not a child issue, it's a parent issue. Sometimes it's not. So everything could look wonderful on the outside. Don't blame. Ask yourself, what does Hashem want from me right now? Number two, every neshama has its journey. Bal yidach b'menu nidach, the pasuk says in Shmuel Beis. The Shalah writes, and many of the greatest Kabbalists and mystics and rabbis write, every neshama ultimately is a chelik elekam imal. It's divine, it's sacred. So the question is not if they're going to come back. In a way, they're never separated. Bonim atem lashem alekechem. There's nothing I can do to sever the cord with my child. The halacha is bein kach u bein kach atem kriyim bonim. So the relationship is always there. You have to believe in it. Believe in those children. Believe in their souls, even if the journey is painful and difficult. And I would also emphasize something that the Stipler Gon, Zeichet Tzadik Levracha, once shared with Rabbi Yankel Galinsky. I thought it was a very moving insight. I said it not long ago at the Torah Masorah convention, one of the Torah Masorah conventions. The Stipler said to him, a fascinating insight. It says that Yaakov, Rashi brings, Yaakov crossed the Jordan River, Kibemakli Avarti Sayardin. He ran away from Esav, and he only had a stick. His father couldn't give him anything else, a couple of dollars, talis and tefillin, nothing else. He had a lot of things. He had a lot of wealth. But Eliphaz, the son of Esav, pursued Yaakov to kill him because Esav wanted Yaakov dead. But Rashi says, Lefisha Gadol b'cheikoy shel Yitzchak, because Eliphaz grew up in the bosom of his Zayda Yitzchak, therefore he couldn't get himself to murder Yaakov. Instead, Yaakov told him, take my money, and a poor man is like chashav kameis, is like lifeless. He gave him a shir Masechta Nedarim, daf chaf ani chashav kameis, and Yaakov remained alive. That's why he was broke. So the Stipler said, let's think about this. Yitzchak knew that Yishmael was thrown out of the house because of him. Sarah wanted it, and Hashem told Avram, listen to Sarah. You always listen to your wife. Here he had an Esav. Throw him out of the house. At least his grandson, Eliphaz, the pasuk defines in Vayishlach, was engaged in the most heinous, immoral, promiscuous acts. You could learn the Rashis at the end of Vayishlach. I won't elaborate. Every level of incest was in Eliphaz's life, in his biography. His resume was quite rich with immorality. Mela Esav is your child, but your grandchild, throw him out of the house. Eliphaz remained in the bosom of Yitzchak. Said the Stipler, you would think it was inconsequential. Yitzchak was maybe a nice man. He kept the anicle there. Stipler says no. Because of that, Yaakov was not killed, which means all of Klal Yisrael, every Jew living today, we can have a program today and sit and learn and grow together because Yitzchak made sure to hold on tight to Eliphaz. You don't sever your cord with your child.
A generation or two ago, it really was common for families to circle the wagon if a child abandoned religion, thinking that it's going to affect the other family members. Thankfully, the vast majority of families are not doing that anymore. And I have not found it to be contagious, where other children catch it, so to speak, and become, abandon religion because of another sibling. There may be some things in the home that cause the first child to go out that aren't being addressed. But I haven't found it to be, to directly correlate. I think the best thing parents can do, like Rabbi Jacobson was saying, was talking about family units and marriages, and to sit down with, to sit down with the child and say, look, we love you unconditionally. This is a journey. We're here for you. You can talk to us about anything. And we're with you. And everybody says, so what do you tell the other kids? So my feeling is, first of all, if you abandon the child because they leave religion, what does that say about religion? And you're telling all the other children that my love for you is conditional on you keeping Torah and mitzvahs. So what kind of love is that? But I think I advise parents to tell the other children, look, Rivki, Yitzi is going through a tough phase right now, and it's difficult for us, but we're going to close an eye because that's what we're supposed to do, because we're a family. I was at a recovery retreat in Boca Raton run by a wonderful Chabad Shliach. It was a few years ago, and you never, all the people there were addicts, and you never ask who you hear. Of course, it's completely confidential. You don't say anything, but there was an entire table of about, I would say probably 20 people, all Hasidish, but genuine, real Hasidim. And there were 3 generations. There were like grandparents and 30-somethings and some grandchildren. And of course, I didn't say anything, but I walked by the table, and one of the young ladies, a daughter-in-law there, she said, you're probably wondering what we're all doing here. We're not all addicts. she said they had a brother there who was struggling with addiction. It so happened he wasn't religious, and very visibly so. He's the only one in his family. And this woman said it was remarkable. I asked her if I could come join the table. I sat there for an hour just talking to the people there, to the family. But they said, Mizenina mishpucha, we're a family. This is what families do. And they sent the message to this kid. Kaviyachal, it says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, kaviyachal, whatever, however you understand this, that Hashem goes to Golus with us. And that I was so, I'm moved now a few years later. It was so moving when they said this, and they just said it matter-of-factly. This is what families do. And I would certainly say for so many different reasons. First of all, practically speaking, and giving the right message to the rest of the family. All we know that the best results happen when parents do this. I would just encourage, if anybody wants to read this, there's just a remarkable article written by the son of Elo Wiesel, Elisha. Have any of you seen the piece?
Yeah.
It's called Just Be. He writes about I'm going to lose it again, about his rebellion and how his father dealt with it. And it should be a must read for every single parent. It was in the Jewish Week. If you just look up Elisha Wiesel, Eli rebellion, and it'll come right up. And he said that he said specifically, I rebelled against my parents and I didn't want to listen. And his father just said, just be, meaning, I love you. I'm sorry. The amazing part of that piece is his father had died. He wrote it on the first yahrzeit of his father. And he says that how it motivated him to move closer to religion, be more spiritual because of his father's love for him. And he told the story of a friend of his, a female, a woman, who went to an Ivy League school, and she was a fantastic student, that her parents never had enough. It was always another degree and another this, that they always were disappointed with what she had and how it affected her later in life. Sorry, I lost it.
Thank you, Rav Yanki. That was beautiful. So, but we have this whole history, as you pointed out, and it goes back far beyond the 19th century with the Haskalah, of sitting Shiva for children who became Nishumadim, or, that's the old-fashioned way of saying that they left Yiddishkeit. And so what each one of you has reflected upon how logical it is to only embrace the child who has left Yiddishkeit even more. And yet we have this historical backdrop of distancing ourselves for self-preservation, to be able to, like you said, Rabbi Horowitz, to circle the wagons. So how do we balance that? And what has changed? What has changed in the 21st century that gives us license to be able to look back on our past and say, that was then, but it doesn't work anymore, and this is now? Can you reflect on that, please?
So as I'm hearing about these parents loving the children unconditionally, which is gorgeous, I'm thinking about the scene in the Netflix movie Unorthodox, where the main character is given a gun and basically told, take care of yourself, like, we don't want you here. And we have members who said they've been explicitly told by their parents, like, I wish you would just kill yourself. So, I mean, it's obviously like horrifying. And, how do you sort of come back when the people that brought you here, that were supposed to sort of hold you and love you your whole life, don't want you because you haven't ended up the way they want you to? And by the way, the people coming to us are looking for religion still, so they're still even trying to be observant, but not in the exact mold their parents want. But I think we've made a lot of progress in mental health understanding. We have more of an understanding now of sex abuse than we did, a long time ago. We have more of an understanding of suicide, of all different mental health issues. And I think it's actually the Torah way is using the best science and medicine of the times to, reflect how we make Piskei Halacha. So while we may have thought in previous generations that the safest thing was to circle the wagons and push away, the kid that left, it's the question that comes up during the Seder. It's sort of an uncomfortable question. We made a mock Seder for our Project Mako members who were in staying alone during coronavirus. We filmed a Seder ahead of time that they could play before Yansif began. And we were thinking, like, how do we deal with, the child that doesn't want to be a part of the nation anymore? But because we've made now a lot of progress in understanding just the human psyche, I think it is so clear that it's the right thing to do. And it happens to be an effective way, because the pushing away, I don't think that ever leads anyone back. And I don't think it should be sort of so goal oriented that, oh, if I do this thing and sort of act like I love them, maybe I'll get what I want. No, you should act the right way and love unconditionally, because that is the right thing to do. And additionally, it may be the most helpful way for the child to return.
Thank you. Rabbi Jacobson, do you want to reflect on that further?
Yeah, I would just I'd make three, I think, important points. Number one, I just think, as my esteemed colleagues spoke about, the importance of the connection and the attachment and the love. But let's not confuse that. You have to know who the child is. Sometimes a certain structure and discipline and challenging the child may be very, very healthy and productive. Sometimes it could be a disaster. If I'm demanding my child to run a marathon and, God forbid, both of his legs are broken, it's abusive, it's torture. But if I'm challenging my child to be able to bring out inner potential that exists, but he or she may need that healthy structure, don't be afraid of that if your child needs that. Love does not mean there's no structure and there's no discipline. Depends what age, depends if there's trauma, there's no trauma, depends what the circumstances are. And it's very important to have a good and healthy support system. Not every therapist gets it. He may be a great therapist. He may not understand your child. He may not understand the circumstances. Make sure, go get help, advice, but make sure the advice resonates. Make sure it's effective. If somebody is giving you advice and the relationship is deteriorating and the house is becoming even more catastrophic and there's no light at the end of the tunnel, you got to change the doctor. You got to change the prescription. Don't become subservient completely and lose your personality. Mama knows best. Daddy knows best if they're healthy people. I'm not talking about if they're abusive and they themselves maybe have to be incarcerated. That's number one. Another important point I should just say is as follows. If you study, and I am quite an assiduous student of this literature, the entire literature of the early Hasidic movement, the Baal Shem Tov, who was born in 1698, that's exactly the time that the Enlightenment began. The language of Judaism in all of the literature of the Baal Shem Tov and all of his students throughout the generations, even though many Hasidim don't know this, was completely directed on the unconditional relationship that God has with every soul and that we have to have with ourselves and with our children and with every Jewish soul. So you're talking about 300 years ago. Did we always follow it? I don't think we always followed it. And I'm not here to judge anybody, but sometimes, remember, people worship religion instead of God. If I am a very frum person, I can become intoxicated by religion instead of Hashem. Hashem has no image. So when my child is not living up to my standards, I have to go deep into myself and be introspective and ask myself, is my disappointment here because of the neighbors, the family, the reputation, the shidduchim, the image, or my expectations of what I wanted to have in order to feel good about myself and my nachas? Or maybe it's time for me to transcend my ego and realize that I am a messenger of Hashem to take care of this neshama, to take care of this soul. This is a very deep, painful, introspective process that we have to do. When we throw people away and we negate them, it looks sometimes holy, but sometimes it's coming from a deep ego where I'm not in tune with what Hashem really wants from me as a father or as a mother at this moment. And finally, the last point I would mention is, and I don't mean to invoke this lightly, but it has a lot, I think it's important to mention the Holocaust. The Holocaust was a unique phenomenon in history. It targeted not religious Jews, not rabbis, not tzaddikim, not Rosh Yeshivas, them too. It targeted every Jew, including an atheist, a left-wing socialist, communist, agnostic, anti-religious, anti-Jewish. You know, half the Jews who died in the Holocaust, I don't know if it's half or a little less, whatever the number is, many of them, or a huge amount of them, have not been involved in Judaism, quite to the contrary. And yet, the hatred to them was identical, like the venom and the hatred to the holiest, greatest, most righteous, religious, observant, mystical tzaddik, or rebbe, or Rosh Yeshiva. And I think it taught us one of the profoundest lessons about the Jewish people. And that is, if Hitler was ready to hunt down every single Jew in hate, no matter right-wing, left-wing, religious, secular, liberal, conservative, believer, non-believer, our duty in our generation is to hunt down every single Jew in love, regardless of their circumstances, the background, the affiliation, or the way they seem today externally, believing in that eternal kedusha and holiness that exists in every neshama.
Thank you. Each and every one of you, Baruch Hashem, has a steady flow of traffic to your email inbox, to your phone, and there are very, very conscientious and loving parents out there who are seeking out organizations like Amudim, which is doing an outstanding job in what it does as well. And each and every one of you is working towards those same goals. What would you say to a parent or a family member who is watching this and is just feeling too ashamed or too stigmatized, like Rabbi Jacobson was referring to? They're worried about the shidduchim. They're worried about the bad name that the family might acquire. What words of advice, or chizuk actually, can you offer to a family member who sees one of their children or siblings in tremendous pain and turmoil, and yet doesn't feel that they don't feel the strength that they need to be able to stand up and say, I need help?
So I usually, I tell parents, you know, you said a little bit provocative. Sometimes, depending on the situation, but often I'll tell parents that if they make decisions that are not in the child's best interest because they're worried about being embarrassed, which is absolutely normal, and we're all humans and we live in a fishbowl and all of that. But if they're making decisions because they're getting embarrassed, my chas v'shalom, many or most times they wind up getting much more embarrassed about much bigger things later on. That the child is dressing a little bit inappropriately or doing some things that are, you know, pushing the limits, and the parents clamp down, and they wouldn't if they lived on a farm. You know, I asked parents, imagine you lived on a farm by yourself. Would you say something about this? Or is it only because you're understandably embarrassed about the others? But it usually works that they wind up, they get more embarrassed for bigger things later on. And the kids, by the way, the kids very much respect that the parents are closing an eye. They get it. And it only makes them feel more positive towards religion. I just wanted to say something, Rabbi Warwa. Let me tell you what a cover that is to be with all three of you, really. It's such a pleasure. On the first point you said about changing therapists, I absolutely agree 100%. You said about, I remember the exact words you used, but you said very well that you should trust their instincts, right? What was the words you used? Something like that, right?
I said, Mama knows best.
Mama knows best, right? And trust your instincts. But I just want to...
Not always, I guess. Not always.
What?
But, not always, but...
Yeah, there's none of what we're saying. All four
it has
of
to
us
resonate. You have to feel that the advice is healthy.
But I just want to point a message to parents whose kids are struggling. And I'm not disagreeing with what you said, Rabbi Weiber. I'm just offering a different perspective on it. I was at a wedding of a very contrarian kid a number of years ago. And I've been coaching the parents literally for 10 years. And they really were model parents. They closed an eye to so many things. And Baruch Hashem, the kid got married. I just happened to see him earlier this week with a child, Baruch Hashem, wheeling a carriage. So a number of people in the audience had adolescents. It was very interesting response. And they right after the chuppah, I got a bracha at the chuppah, but they knew from their friends that I've been coaching the parents. And they came over and they said, Rav Horowitz, fast, regalachas. What did you do? What did you do? How'd you do this? Not me, it wasn't me, the parents did. So I told them, I said, I never talk about any individual children, but I just want to tell you one thing, that when you get good advice to close an eye and all the things that the four of us would tell parents to do, very often the first year, 2 or 3, it gets worse, not better right away. In other words, the children are doing level X or whatever. They're 3 clicks away from their family. Now the parents sit down with the child and they go to someone, one of us, a therapist or whomever, and they find out what works and they do the hard work and they sit down and they say, look, sweetheart, we're with you. You have our unconditional love. At that point, very often the child says, okay, I only did 3 clicks because I was afraid of getting thrown out of the house. Now that my parents are cool with it, so they go 5 clicks away. I've noticed this hundreds of times, literally hundreds of times. And the parents come back and they say, Rabbi Horowitz or Ms. Joseph or Rabbi Jacobson or Rabbi Karapian, we're doing what you said and it's so much worse. They're just flagrantly doing it right in front of us. They were listening, and that's part of it. So I just want to, again, mother knows best, Rabbi Jacobson, and I agree with what you said there, but I think parents should know that very often when they do what needs to be done, and the incredibly difficult part of doing this, don't expect instant results. Quite to the contrary, usually gets worse for a little bit. And then when they're ready, then it starts coming back together.
I just want to add, beautifully said, Rabbi Yankee, thank you, and all the panelists. I would just add, I think, one important point. A Jew told me, he's a very prominent Jew, a very special person. He told this to me today, literally, mamish 2 hours ago. He has 8 children. 6 of them could not go through what you would call the mainstream yeshiva system. They could not. They could not be successful. They could not find satisfaction. And they ended up leaving the system, struggling with Yiddishkeit. And he told me that he was once speaking to the Mashgiach of Lakewood, Hagon HaTzadik Reb Matisyahu Solomon Shlita, who should be Sheva Refuah Shlema Kreva. And he told me, Reb Matisyahu looked at me. He was a mentor, he's a mentor of his, a Rebbe of his. And he told him these words. He said, if I was God, Reb Matisyahu said to this Jew, he said, if I was God, if I was the Rebbeinu Shalom, I would send you and your wife all these types of souls. I would not send you a soul that can go through the system. I would never do it if I was God. You know why? Because I know you are a trusted shliach. You and your wife will fulfill the mission that I need you to fulfill for these neshamas. And of course, he said, I was thinking, thanks, but no thanks. But then we both had a chuckle. Now, I don't think he was being dismissive of the pain. It's very, very painful, my dearest friends. It's very painful. We have Mesiras Nefesh to inculcate in our children Yira Shamayim, Avos Hashem, Avos HaTorah, Avos Yisrael, to be Erlich Yidden. It's the blessing, the wish of every mother when she lights candles and sheds tears, that her children should grow up to be proud Jews, permeated with love of God and love of humanity and love of Torah. And then the dream shatters. It's very, very painful. And it's at this point I share with all of you, myself and all of us, we have to make a metamorphosis, a spiritual metamorphosis, and ask not what God can do for you, but ask what you can do for God. It's not anymore about satisfying my community, the uncles, the aunts, the shidduchim, fitting in. It's much deeper than that. Hashem has given you these souls who are struggling. He entrusted these souls with you. Fasten the seatbelt and go on this journey with pain, but with dignity, with resilience, with fortitude, with wisdom, and with a lot of compassion to yourself, to the child, and with a lot of love.
Thank you. That was beautiful, beautiful sentiments. The last question that I have for each of you, and again, with tremendous gratitude to Amudim and to each and every one of you for giving of your time for this important discussion. Ms. Josephs touched on it, that we are living during a pandemic, which we, Be'ezrat Hashem, hope that will be over very soon with the vaccine, and that, God willing, by this time next year, it'll all be a memory. But how has this affected? I mean, there are articles I've seen coming from Eretz Yisrael discussing how the closure of our yeshivas and our shuls to one degree or another has really contributed to young people leaving the fold and just going on their own way. And I'm just wondering if you can reflect on that and how, even amidst the pandemic, we can keep our children loved and close to the Ribbon Shalom. Please, if you could.
First of all, I completely concur with that. The corona has been a big nisayon and a big challenge. And I have to say, you know, as much as I am a fan, all of us, you know, care first and foremost about pikuach nefesh, which is the health, the considerations of health. We also have to realize the other side. And that is that having the kids, the boys and the girls, the teenagers, the bochum, the girls quarantined, posed and poses tremendous psychological, emotional, social, spiritual, and physical challenges. The biggest issue that I see is the technology. Everybody started to use technology. A lot of schools went over to technology. And even if there's filters, those kids are brilliant. So there's issues of addiction to pornography. Very, very serious issue. Addiction to pornography. Just screen addiction, gaming addiction, just being glued to screens. Sometimes kids who are anyway struggling, not having a social life anymore, it exasperates, it intensifies the pain and the brokenness so much more. A kid who was completely healthy and happy, he'll get through it. But a kid who was anyway broken, without that structure, on screens for hours, sometimes all nights, beyond of what the parents know, had and continues to have catastrophic results. And I would say the first thing is, it's very, very important when you could still prevent, to know exactly what's happening in the house in terms of internet, in terms of filters, in terms of screens, in terms of phones. Don't surrender to pressure that is dysfunctional and can ruin children. It's very, very important. Again, every child is different. You have to know who you are, but don't be afraid. Preventive medicine to create standards that will allow them to grow and not to really socially deteriorate, which according to even adults, I see adults, and I'm not excluded, adults are addicted. You can't have a conversation with them. Families don't sit together. We're all addicted. This is a serious problem. You have to learn to put away the phones. We have to learn to connect as people. Connection is the deepest thing. And I would just add one more point, and that is when we're quarantined, the family relationship becomes more vital than ever. Have dinner together, exercise together, dance together, jog together, play games together, daven together, learn together, go on walks together. Play Monopoly together, play football or frisbee, but bond, connect, talk. Eat together, barbecue together, make whatever you could. The bonding between a husband and a wife and the children, the emotional bond between tatis and kinderlach and mommies and kinderlach is probably the most powerful antidote and remedy to combat the adversity that we're all facing.
Reb Daniel, you know, I think ultimately a lot of it has to do with self-confidence. And, you know, we think of the best teacher you had in school. You know, he or she projected a certain image that they were in control and there's nothing that you can do to rattle them. And when you get rattled, you lash out in ways that are not productive. So I know it's hard when you have a child that's struggling, but I think we do have a derech, a path that could make things much better, and try to have the self-confidence in yourself that you're able to get your kids through this. I said a number of years ago, for the first time in public, that I really can tell with pretty good accuracy within 3, 5, 10 minutes of meeting a couple if their child is going to make it or not. And what it usually sounds like is that the parents that come in and they say, we have an issue in our family. We're going to work on this together. What should we do? And they express that they're going to be flexible and they're going to do whatever it takes, and that their love for their child and their love for their children and their family unit is going to supersede everything. Somehow, the vast overwhelming majority of those parents make it. And when I hear parents coming and saying, you know, our first 2, 3 kids are fantastic and everything, and this one, and they project everything on the child, I cringe, because, you know, it usually doesn't end up well. So I just encourage you to be positive. Think of it as a family. Think about doing this together, and that your love for your family is going to get you through this. And try not to blame that child, even though, look, some children are just easy to raise, and some children aren't. That's just the way it is. But do your best. You know, the kids that are sometimes the hardest to raise often turn out to be fantastic adults. I tell parents when they say, I'm tearing my hair out with this kid, I said, be careful. You're going to stay in his house or her house for long periods of time. So, you know, just hang in.
I completely concur. Many times it is the restless spirit that has the greatest potential for accomplishing amazing things in the world.
Right.
We've been discussing the issue of how the pandemic has exacerbated, to many degrees, the ability to maintain one's religious commitments, and some of our youth are disaffected simply because they've been quarantined or cooped up or kept out of the schools and the shuls. So I know, Ms. Josephs, you made reference to this because you said that Project Makom had done a Pesach Seder for a number of people, even amidst COVID. Can you reflect a little bit about how this pandemic has perhaps changed the nature of the way that we should be doing business with our kids and with our youth?
I mean, I can speak, the people that we're reaching are 18 and older, and the people that we're reaching, a lot of them do not have families to go back to. So it's a little bit of a different conversation, but I can just speak to a little bit about what we're seeing. First of all, our rate of signups have doubled since the pandemic started. So we see that sort of connection that we mentioned before, that trauma and difficult, sort of emotional situations kind of maybe forces the issue on religious struggles. So, that's not a surprise at all. One of our most impactful ways to help people that were struggling was with Shabbos placement, finding homes that were full of love and full of non-judgment, and just places to, welcome our members in to be able to just be taken care of. And we can't do that for the most part during the pandemic. And that's really been a very difficult thing, because one thing that we didn't mention before, I would say a lot of the people that we're getting also are very bright, have a lot of great questions. And this is a thing that came up before. Well, what about my bright kid that has a lot of questions that didn't leave? What's the distinction? And I think for the kid that has a lot of questions, but has that space and love to ask them, and also sometimes even live with discomfort, but in sort of in a loving, accepted space, they can live with the questions. They can live with challenges in the Torah. They can live with difficulty in halacha, because they just sort of have room to be. When you have that child or that person that has those questions, that great intellect, but has no space to feel loved or to be, that's when they start to, I would say, come out. So, or fall out. So, I would say, it's sort of the parallel to the listeners. If you can be that space, to be of love, of refuge, of space for the child that you may have in your home. I would say that's really the biggest distinction. Our members are lacking that. We normally find them surrogate parents and surrogate families to fill in that gap. But if you are a parent that's listening, that is prepared to, really do anything for your child's health and wholeness, just kind of making your home space as healthy and happy. And sometimes when my family sits around and we just laugh together, like on a Friday night meal, and we're all just giggling about something, I think this is what I think like imprints some of the most positive memories of childhood, that, the family just sat around together laughing and enjoying each other's time and joking together. And that is the stuff, like our members were reflecting about how little laughter was in their home. And some of them said, well, at least on Sukkot in the sukkah, we had like a glimmer of hope. We sang a song and then one member said, even on Sukkot, even then, there was never a laugh. So laugh with your family and try to make, good times as much as possible, and be that space and that refuge for them to come home to.
And that's a beautiful way for us to conclude our discussion for today. Again, I want to thank each one of our panelists, Rabbi Yaakov Horowitz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, Ms. Allison Josephs. Thank God that we have you as resources, and thank God that we have Amudim to be able to assist you in all of your work and to be able to help all of those people who are looking for some spiritual connection. And thank you all for listening so much.
Chazak, 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 v'nis chazek.